And then the day started off with me talking to myself a lot.
Good morning. Good morning.
Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, the Thursday morning edition of the Rob Brown Show goes right now. Welcome in, friends. Great to have you. Happy Thursday. What's up? How's everybody? You just living your best lives, I hope. Had a spectacular Wednesday evening. Not that anybody asked, but I did. I would like to say, for those of you that had planned on asking before I even got the show going, Dave Matthews was very good.
I don't know. Your voice sounds a little rough. Are you okay? Are you feeling ill?
Fine. No,
Are you sure you're not ill?
Completely positive.
Because you're eating cough drops. So I just want to make sure you're good.
Completely positive.
Because I'll have to go home.
I had a lovely, lovely evening yesterday. The lady friend and I enjoyed the DMB. Had a real good time with that.
Is that kind of a set down concert?
It was for us because we were in the luxury box. Yeah. We were 1%ing hard last night. Real hard last night.
It seems to me like it would be one where people just sit back in a chair and enjoy the music.
Not at all. In fact, about halfway through, I don't know how to say this so that we don't get in trouble, but about, 13 minutes into the show, the lady friend hits me on the shoulders. Not on the shoulder. She gives me the old tap, like the hey. And she points over there and 2 sections over. And we're in the back, right? We're all the way across from the stage.
Just usually where the boxes are.
Well, they wrap around.
No. Okay. All right.
Directly across from the stage.
Oh, wow.
She taps me on the shoulder and she points and she's like, look. And I look and I'm like, what am I looking at? And she's like, just wait. And I'm like, okay. And then Lonzo, you could see, it was dark, so you could see the silhouettes of people, but you couldn't from 2 sections over make out what they were wearing. And then you just saw this orange flamey flare come up and then go right back away. And I was like, that guy came to enjoy the Dave Matthews Band. And that it was marijuana.
This was in the well.
Allegedly.
Okay, I'm talking about where the concert was.
Yeah, I ain't no narc, but
okay,
allegedly.
All right.
Maybe.
All right.
Possibly. I'm not saying it was the right decision or that guy made a good call in that moment.
Or the expected decision that everyone thinks when they think of a Dave Matthews concert.
No, it was exactly what I expected from a Dave Matthews concert.
Okay, all right. That's why I thought everything would be laid back and
oh,
yeah.
Boy, howdy, was it laid back. It was indeed laid back. No, we had a great time, man. It was a lot of fun. It was a very good show. I will tell you that he first off, I got to give Dave Matthews credit because the lady friend looked up. I told you yesterday she likes to look up the set list of previous shows to kind of see what's coming when. Set list was nowhere near the same as it was the night before. I think there were 3 songs that he played the night before that he played last night. I will say this. We got out of there. He plays 22 to 24 songs a show, all included.
That's a lot of songs.
And especially considering they're jam band. So you would have enjoyed the jam band element of it because it was just musicians being musicians. It was incredible. But he plays about 21 to 24 songs. And at about song 20, we were like, all right, let's go ahead and bounce, right? The odds that, having looked through multiple set lists, the odds that he's going to play some bangers that we know are real low at this point. And then we left and the next 3 songs were all bangers that we knowed. But I'm not upset. I got home. I actually got more sleep last night than I get on a usual weeknight. So we're good to go. We're ready to rock and roll, which is good news because Thursdays are slam bam, thank you, man, busy. And we got a lot to get to on the radio broadcast today. It is first and foremost game day. For the Carolina Panthers, they will be on the road tonight, a little Thursday night football up in the Windy City. Soldier Field host the Carolina Panthers at the Chicago Bears, a combined 3 wins betwixt the two teams, as the Bears are 2-7, the Panthers are 1-7. Not much on the line here. Not much on the line here, except if Chicago wins this game, they get a better draft pick from the Panthers next year. Like, this game actually, this is, and I mean this, and we're going to talk about it later in the show when we get into it. Lonzo, this game is must win for the Chicago Bears, not in terms of seeding or qualification or anything other than another L stacked onto the Cats record is a higher draft pick for the Bears. So the reward for Chicago winning tonight is a better pick next year. I don't know if that means anything to the players on the field, but it does to the guys in the front office.
So they don't have to worry about tanking.
Not tonight. Tonight they can give the best they got.
Like they can go out and actually play ball. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Tonight's the one night that, like, they can't do anything wrong, right? Because if they lose, their regular first-round draft pick goes up. If they win, their Carolina draft pick goes up, which is already in pace to theoretically be in contention for the number 2 overall slot.
Why not number 1?
Because Arizona is, as much as you won't agree or believe me, worse than Carolina. Who's their quarterback right now?
They're about to have the better quarterback.
We gonna find out. We gonna find out if Mr. Call of Duty himself is ready to roll.
More experience, more victories, faster. I mean, there's a lot of things.
Noted Kyler Murray fan, the great one, here on the show today.
I'm just saying he's a better quarterback on the field if they played each other. I don't want that to be the case, but he is.
We're gonna find out.
He's a seasoned veteran.
Yes, and
of a couple things.
If you need a 4th for your Call of Duty quads, my dude's got you. All right. So we'll talk a little NFL football as we get closer to this evening's contest. We'll start looking ahead to the college football weekend. Are we at a spot where South Carolina Vanderbilt feels like A, must win for Shane, and B, an actual contest? Like genuinely, South Carolina fans, are you apprehensive about the contest this weekend against Vandy? Right? Because I think if I'd have told you at the end of last year that at the end of next year, you were going to have a game against Vanderbilt that was going to be 33% of your ability to become bowl eligible, you'd have said, well, at least we got Vandy in that spot, right? Like, if we've got to win 3 out of 3 to get bowl eligible, how much better could it be than having Vanderbilt as one of those 3? But after last week's game against Jacksonville State, does it feel the same way? I want to talk about that. I absolutely do believe, and I mean this, I absolutely do believe that Clemson v. Georgia Tech is a must-win for Clemson. In fact, I'd go one step further. Clemson v. Georgia Tech is not just a must-win, Lonzo. This is a phrase I don't think I've ever used before, but I'm going to use it now. I think Clemson, Georgia Tech is a must-dominate for the Tigers. Winning is not enough. I think if you would like to continue the direction you're in now, you can't go beat. And by the way, a good Georgia Tech team, a Georgia Tech team that I told y'all from the preseason was, I thought, going to be the best Georgia Tech team ever. Now, I don't know if they're there yet. I don't know that I'm quite ready to put them on that level. But I love the direction that Brent Key is taking this team. This is one of the hardest running football teams you're ever going to see. They are averaging over 200 yards a game on the ground. They are a very, very good run defense. I think they're like 11th or 12th in the country in run defense right now. They give up like less than 4 yards a run right now. very good run defense as well. This is not a gimme game. This game, to me, sets up a lot like the NC State game does. A game that I spent the entire week telling y'all, watch out for the Wolfpack. Don't turn your back on the Wolfpack because they'll get you.
All right, here's the thing, and I am not making fun when I say this. When you need a color to a show to motivate you, that's a problem. Whether that's real or perceived, that seemed to be the catalyst, the thing that fired them up to where they played to somewhere towards their potential. I don't think Ty called in this week. So can you use that same emotion that you used last week to beat Notre Dame, or are they going to have a drop-off? And it's one thing that Clemson's been missing all year long, not the fans, but the players, is fire. They just don't seem to be motivated the way they have been in years past, and they can mess around and not be bowl eligible. So I could very well see them losing this game. I don't think they will, but they absolutely could if they come out and play the way, just down the way they played a majority of the year.
I will start with, I don't disagree with that at all. That is why this is a must dominate game to me, because if you go out and lose this game, which I'm not picking them to, just so we're all on the same page. If they go out and they lose this game, the week after what they did to Notre Dame, then the questions start coming in about motivation. The questions start coming in about Dabo's ability to get the boys up. The question starts coming in about, only playing when there's a spotlight. And that's not what a championship team does. You got to let me know that you can win a noon game on the CW if you want to be a champ, just like you can win a 7 o'clocker on ABC, right? So this game is not just a must-win game to me. This game is a must-dominate game, in my opinion. And we're going to talk about it later on in the radio broadcast. And before we get to any of that, I have not ordinarily batted leadoff with this story, as incredible as I find this story. But yesterday, Michigan decided that it was time to fire back at the Big Ten. Yesterday, Michigan decided it was time for us to drop our response on the Big Ten. Yesterday, Michigan said, "You, Big Ten," and dropped the response bar on them. And we're going to take a look at that when we come back, because here's the fun thing. Here's the interesting thing. Michigan made a valid point or two. And so we're going to talk about that and what that means coming up in the next segment of the show. We've got to get some NFL talk in here. Obviously, we will be breaking down Carolina, Chicago. Coming up at 9:20 this morning, we will be joined by Rashad Beard. No, 8:20. Sorry. Times are hard. By Rashad Beard of the Panther Nation podcast. It's game day. We'll talk to Rashad. And then the segment after that, we'll talk to Emily Adams, who just made her way back from Paris, where she was covering Dawn Staley's Lady Gamecocks. We will talk Gamecocks with her, both football and the women's basketball team, as they get a big win over top 10 Notre Dame squad on the road. All that and more coming up today. And don't forget, because it's Thursday, and you know what that means. Fight Club at 10:20 this morning with the great one, Lonzo. It's all coming up on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. All right, good morning, everybody. Quick live reading, then we're right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, friends, we are back. Good morning. Yes, Patrick, CSI Ann Arbor coming your way now.
Everybody sleep this morning. Everybody. All of yins.
All yins.
All of yins. Who's Neil McCoy?
No, I'm not entertaining your shenanigans.
I really don't know.
You don't know who Neil McCoy is?
Is he the real McCoy?
No, he is Neil McCoy.
Okay. Is that his real name?
Really turns me on is the shake. You 100% don't. Well,
I am so glad that I don't recognize this song.
Oh, man.
I feel really good about this. That has made my day.
Do is just give me that wing.
Oh, man.
I'm feeling all right.
All right. I've heard that one. Now I'm disappointed. You brought me up. You brought me back. It's like a Tyler phone call.
All she's got to do is just give me that wank.
Oh, it says wink.
At the Alabama show tonight, Trey.
It says wink. I thought it said thing.
Wink. The Michigan Wolverines have fired back at the Big Ten. So, as we get you caught up on the latest week, the latest episode of CSI Ann Arbor. Man, we kind of nailed that one. Come to the stream, facebook.com/TheFanUpstate, twitter.com/TheFanUpstate. Search The Fan Upstate on YouTube or The Rob Brown Show on Twitch and watch all 4 hours of the show live. You go behind the scenes with Lonzo and I. We have conversations off the air that we say we're not going to have on the air and then totally do sometimes. It's a lot of fun. Just come watch the stream, hang out with us, and help us grow the show. So, earlier this week, the Big Ten sent a notice of potential disciplinary action to the Michigan Wolverines for the Connor Stalions sign-stealing scandal. Say that 5 times quick. And the University of Michigan has now returned fire. They sent yesterday a 10-page response back to the Big Ten, which, according to Yahoo Sports' Dan Wetzel and Ross Dellinger, who have been kind of 2 of the guys on the forefront of the reporting of this entire story from start to finish, said, quote, sets the stage for an unprecedented legal battle between school and conference, end quote. And the fun part is, I think they're right. I think they're very right. In the letter, Michigan warns Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti against what it describes as premature disciplinary action against head coach Jim Harbaugh. It questions the league's evidence in the case as, quote, grossly insufficient, end quote. And it says the school believes the conference is in a, quote, rush, end quote, to punish the Wolverines because of public and internal pressure from other Big Ten schools that would create a, quote, indefensible precedent, end quote. Yahoo Sports obtained a copy of the letter, which includes 2 attached documents of Michigan's offensive and defensive signs allegedly stolen and shared by other Big Ten teams.
Wait, really quick. How did they obtain the letter? Because you can't do
Yahoo Sports?
Yeah, you can't do a FOIA on this,
sure
right?
100%.
But it's not a legal document.
Any document produced by the school is any document produced. This is my understanding, though I'm not an attorney. I am just an idiot with a radio show. Any document produced by a public university.
I was going to say, is it because it's a state school?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Correct. Any document, you theoretically, you right now could submit a request for all of Jim Harbaugh's emails sent to and from his official university email, right? So this is part of the reason this whole thing is so damn funny, is how, if all the stories are true, poorly the tracks were covered by the University of Michigan, or should I say, barely covered at all. In the letter signed by Michigan Athletic Director Wade Manuel, the university suggests that sign stealing is a, quote, rampant and somewhat common practice, end quote. And the school fires a warning at its own league saying, quote, the conference should act cautiously when setting a precedent, given the reality that in-person scouting, collusion among opponents, and other questionable practices may well be far more prevalent than believed, end quote. I'm intrigued by this.
This really sounds like an episode of one of these shows where the one lawyer's like, okay, I can stop this. We can make this thing string out till the end of the season.
I'm going to go with we have officially rolled over. I'm a fan of the CSI shows and the Law and Order shows, right? I'm a fan of both. But they both take 2 different approaches to the murder mystery. On one hand, CSI deals with the actual gathering of the intelligence, right? CSI is Horatio Caine and the rest of his crew or whoever else. By the way, I'm a CSI Miami guy personally. I know there's like 9 different versions of it, but I'm a CSI Miami guy myself. Bingo. That's where the glasses come from.
So is this because you grew up in Florida and
No.
you recognize a lot of the places where they are?
No, because Miami and where I grew up in Pensacola are 2 different worlds. 2 entirely. The only thing we have in common is a beach. That's it.
All right. So I guess you don't understand that if you lived in a state that you are the expert of the state. That's how it's done
Florida's
around
a big
here.
ass state.
Yeah, and you should know everything. So is Ohio.
Yeah.
But I'm expected to know everything about Ohio. You're expected to know everything about Florida.
Everything north of Tallahassee is the redneck Riviera. Down in Miami, that's where all the pretty people hang out. All right. I was clearly never invited. So CSI deals with the gathering of the evidence, the forensics. They take you out into the field with the detectives who are, they're finding the bullet cases and they're tracing them back to a particular gun. And then they're getting the fingerprints off that gun. And then they're finding out if there's gunshot residue on the fingerprint of a suspect. Oh, there's not. Okay. But there are trace amounts of this other thing that connects him to this guy. And now we're going to investigate this guy. And this guy does have fingerprint residue. So now we put them in the same, yada, yada, yada. Law and Order is kind of a bit of a different story. Law and Order takes place after the evidence has all been gathered by and large. They do a little bit of that at the beginning of the episode. But Law and Order is effectively about them navigating the legal system to get a conviction of who they believe to be the suspect, and then dealing with the aftermath, whether they do or they don't. We have moved, I think, from da-da-da, da-da-da to bum-bum. All right? That's where we are now in the process. Now the evidence hath been gathered, hath been collected, hath been labeled and placed into evidence, and now Olivia is in the courtroom. Now the DA is at the stand. The prosecution is discussing. The defense is now levying their threats back, right? So, here's the interesting part. They make a decent argument here. They make a decent argument. If they attached documentation that there were other schools that were A, sign stealing, and B, colluding with the other teams in the Big Ten to pass on the Michigan kryptonite so that everybody got a little tasty taste, that's a big deal. But what I'm going to be interested in is if Michigan can come up with the proof that the sign stealing was in-person scouting. Because remember, this is not about sign stealing. This is not about collusion. This is about in-person scouting. This is about Connor Stallions and his little minions Venmoing each other for football tickets, attending games of future opponents and potential opponents, documenting their signs electronically, and then passing those signs on to the Michigan coaching staff. So the only question that we have left to be answered at this point is, can the NCAA and can the Big Ten prove that the electronic data stolen by Connor Stallions and his minions at future Michigan opponents and potential opponents was known about, delivered to, organized by, and utilized by the Michigan coaching staff? Because if they can't prove that, if all they've got is you stole signs, but they can't connect it to Harbaugh and they can't connect it to the coaching staffs, then all they've got is a now unemployed former Michigan staffer who Michigan can say, that guy went rogue. That guy went rogue. He was doing it on his own, and we don't have any connection to the coaching staff. Maybe he was telling players, maybe he wasn't, but we can't show you that he was or was not. And keep in mind that at the end of the day, how I feel about it, how you feel about it, how Lonzo feels about it is irrelevant to the punishment. It is just like you've heard all the time. It is not what you know, it is what you can prove. And that is the spot we are now in what is now switched from CSI Ann Arbor to Law and Order Ann Arbor.
All right. So this to me, and obviously I have bias, but I'm trying to go outside of that. This to me looks like, yeah, you got us. We know you got us. But if you go quickly, because we believe we're going to win the national championship, if you go quickly on this, we're going to tell everything about everybody. So this seems like blackmail to a degree.
I would almost say coercion.
Or when you're threatening to expose everyone, if you take us down, we're taking everyone down with us, because that's what this sounds like. And you don't know if it's real or not, if they really have evidence for everybody else, but maybe they want everyone to think they do. And to the point where maybe the other schools go, hey, maybe you need to back off a little bit. Maybe that's what they're counting on. But I think in the end, if Michigan didn't have a chance at the national championship, they would go ahead and let themselves be punished.
It's all very interesting. How would this situation be different? And how would this situation be different if Michigan was ranked 17 with a loss or 2 losses, right? Like, would they just roll over?
Back what they used to be before they started stealing signs.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Because again, how you feel about it, how I feel about it, how the people
I
feel
mean,
about it, irrelevant. The only question is,
if you just look at the things that have been put out there when this started and when they started on the run that they're on, I think that, I mean, that's how it looks.
Correct. And that is what we would call coincidental. At least it's framed as coincidental until you prove it happened.
In the court of perception, it's for sure true.
In the court of public perception, that is correct. And as we have learned time and time again, it's a real good thing that people are not thrown in jail over the court of public opinion. Now, people can lose their job in the court of public opinion, sure. But we don't put people in jail on public opinion. Now, that is also why Michigan, and I'm glad you brought that up, that is also why Michigan, in their complaint letter back to the Big Ten, said, don't rush to judgment because of the calls for punishment from the court of public opinion, from the fans, and from other schools, right? Don't call for us to be punished because the newspaper writers say we should be, or the message boards say we should be, right? There is also another letter that got sent. There was an 8-page letter sent to the Big Ten by Tom Mars, who is the private attorney of Jim Harbaugh.
Veronica's dad.
Correct. Maybe. Tom Mars says that in his 8-page letter, he says a lot of the same things that Michigan said, but he also offers the first explanation for some of the questions that have dogged the Michigan coach since the Stallions scandal first broke. Now, the NCAA prohibits public comment during an ongoing investigation, which effectively prevents the accused from publicly defending themselves. But Mars sent this letter to the Big Ten. And in it, he addresses the accusations that even if there is no proof Harbaugh did know about how Stallions was able to steal the opponent's signs, Harbaugh should have known, or at least should have been more curious because Stallions was able to do it. Mars argues that since Michigan offered proof that both Ohio State and Rutgers had accurately stolen their play signals, Michigan's play signals last season, presumably via game film, which is allowed, that figuring out the signs is not particularly difficult. The letter says, quote, when other teams had been legally acquiring Michigan signals with 100% accuracy for at least 2 years by studying Michigan game films, there was no reason for Coach Harbaugh or anyone else to believe that Stallions had not acquired the information about other team signals by using the same methodology, end quote. I also love that in the letter, he referred to Stallions as a, quote, junior analyst, end quote.
So if all these other teams got 100% stole the signs from Michigan, how is Michigan winning? They're just that much talent, more talented?
Listen, I don't think anybody can or should argue that Michigan's got a damn good football team.
They do have a good team.
Damn good
They
football
have a good team. They
a
do.
real good football team.
We'll see about that when they play actual competition.
I mean, they got Penn State on Saturday, 2 days away. Now, I'll say this last thing, and then we'll move on until later on in the show. We'll probably come back to this because it is my favorite story in college football in a very long time. If there is going to be punishment now, it's going to come down today, okay? It's going to come down today. I've told you, I said yesterday, if there's going to be an early punishment from the Big Ten, it'll be meted out by Friday. I think it will be today if it's going to happen. All right, if it doesn't happen today, I don't think it's going to happen. And I think it happens today so that Michigan's got a full day to come up with a prep plan for a very big game on the road at Penn State on Saturday without Jim Harbaugh, if suspension of Harbaugh is what they're going to go with. But I think Michigan made a solid argument, which is, honestly, if we can have game film that shows the sideline and shows the signals, and everybody else can look at game film and try to learn the signals, try to pick up the signals, then what is the difference between game film and the cell phone footage? But more importantly, and I think this is where they might win the debate, or at least this aspect of it, all Connor Stallions would have had to do is go to Jim Harbaugh and say, hey, yo, I picked these signals up from the game film. I watched Ohio State, Penn State last year, and I realized that every time Ryan Day goes ear to mouth with his hand, that means halfback ISO off guard or whatever, right? I picked that up on game film. So all they have to do is, unless there is a paper trail somewhere where Connor Stallion says to Jim Harbaugh on the public university email system or via a text message on a university issued phone. Hey, I paid for this. I paid for that. I got this. All they've got to do is be able to, well, I guess they don't have to prove anything. All they have to do is hope that the Big Ten cannot prove that Jim Harbaugh knew that this was illegally acquired data. If the NCAA / the Big Ten cannot prove that Harbaugh knew that this information was gathered from illegal scouting activities, I don't think the Big Ten can punish Jim Harbaugh, which is why yesterday when we did overreaction or make sense, and Lonzo asked the question, will Jim Harbaugh be punished for this? I said, nope. I don't think so. Because Jim Harbaugh is many things, Lonzo, but even if you don't like him, the one thing you can't say that he is an idiot. He's not an idiot. I mean, you can say he's an idiot, but he's not an idiot. All you had to do is have every one of these conversations.
I could be someone who looks at anyone who wears khakis and thinks that. I could be, and I could say that. I mean, I could.
For the record, I'm a khaki guy.
I said I could, didn't say I did.
All right, so we'll see. Big Ten's just got to prove Harbaugh knew it was illegally acquired, and then the punishment comes down. If they can't do that, then they can't punish the guy, at least not yet. And we'll find out today from the league perspective. The NCAA stuff is still months out. Let's take a break. We'll come back, wrap up hour 1 of the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Skrilla, what's up, big dog? Welcome in, buddy. Good to have you.
If you were talking to me, I couldn't hear you because the headphones actually do.
I was not. I was saying
cancel.
hello to Skrilla.
Oh, okay.
Hello, Skrilla.
My headphones are really that good. They are. All I hear is mumble.
New York Giants starting Tommy DeVito this weekend.
All right.
Huh? Big
All
Tommy
right.
DeVito guy over here.
All right, Tommy.
Touchdown, Tommy, huh? No,
That's, yeah, no.
Hey, it's touchdown, Tommy. He's got a guy.
There you go.
Basically in between Highway 101 and Malden Road. I don't see any issues there. We've got construction, I-26, both directions there. In between Highway 292 and Asheville Highway, you've got one lane blocked. And a crash reported on Old Augusta Road at 291. You got one lane blocked there as well. From the News Talk 98.9 WRD Traffic Center, I'm Lloyd Houston on the Fan, Upstate.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save.
So the fiance is very ready for me to get a haircut. She hates it. We got to the show last night, and one of her coworkers was there. And her coworker walked up to us and was like, Rob Brown, I love your hair. It looks so good. And I just saw Courtney like roll her eyes. And I was like, see, Miss Kim thinks it's great. And she looks and she's like, you don't like it? Courtney's like, no. Tells her the reason. And then I said, I'm not going to lie to you. All I want is to grow it out till the Creed concert. If you will give me till the Creed concert, I will cut it all off the next day. I'm off the next day. I will book an appointment right now. And she's like, I'll think about it. She can't stand it. I told her it's because she's jealous of how good my hair is. She has real good hair, though.
sponsors of the Upstate Pulse, Borderlands, Comics and Games. Read, build, play. You have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had.
Where is my... There it is.
If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million.
We're about to talk Georgia Tech, James, here in just a second.
Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898.
Hey everybody, Mark Ryan here. Ladies and gentlemen, I come before you today with a...
Yes, they are not a great rushing defense. I got my rushing defense and rushing numbers backwards. But I will address that coming up here in mere moments from right now.
Now you have a chance to be part of the solution. Right now, when you shop at Ingles Markets, you can purchase an icon at checkout for just $5, and 100% of the proceeds go directly to Upstate Warrior Solution. Please consider buying an icon or 2 between now and November 11th at your favorite Ingles Markets location. If you want to learn more about Upstate Warrior Solution, just visit upstatewarriorsolution.org. Thank you, my friends, for helping us make a difference in the lives of our bravest and their families right here in the Upstate. And remember that website. It's upstatewarriorsolution.org.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. If having turkey for the holidays, buy from a local farm, get one labeled USDA organic or certified humane. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Today remaining warm with sunshine and clouds, high of 81.
Weather brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. Don't go it alone in your job search. With nearly 20,000 job openings, Express Employment Professionals can help you take the next step in your career. Visit expresspros.com today.
From the Ingles Market Studio.
You can hate both, Trey. You can absolutely hate both.
How big is this Clemson Georgia Tech game on Saturday? I have said I don't think this is a must-win game for Clemson. I think it's a must-dominate game for Clemson. Here's the reality. You don't have to like it, and you certainly don't have to agree with it. But the perception about a football team is by and large dictated by those outside of the program and outside of the area. It really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things what the attitude within your program is. What matters is the national perspective of it. Now, I'm not saying your opinion on your team doesn't matter or the opinions of the boosters. All that impacts how your team operates internally. But as far as the image of your program on the outside, a lot of that is determined by people on the outside. And that is important because when kids coming out of high school are evaluating your school as a potential landing spot for their college football careers, that image is a massive reflection of whether you get a shot with them at all. It's kind of like, because everything is wrestling, food, or dating on this show, it's kind of like when you are evaluating the potential for a date with somebody. You are going to make your initial determination on whether you're willing to go out with that person based on outside perspective. When you look at them, what do you see? When people that know them tell you who and what they are, what do you take away from that? If you see somebody that's very attractive, and then all your friends are like, yo, dog, she's a walking red flag. She's a lunatic. Yo, I know he's got the six-pack, but he's a bleep boy. Don't mess with him. You're more often than not, though, hey, some of us like to make mistakes. You're more often than not, at least I hope, going to go, yeah, I probably shouldn't mess with that. I probably shouldn't get involved with that, right? And that is how recruits evaluate your program. Now, you can still win them over. You might go talk to that young lady that all your boys are like, yo, she's a lunatic, and it turns out that her crazy matches your crazy perfectly, which is the sign of a wonderful relationship. But in a lot of cases, you may not even give the chance because of the outward opinion. So, right now, the outward opinion of the Clemson Tigers is that this program has kind of hit the skids a little bit. The outward opinion is that Dabo has kind of lost whatever made Dabo Dabo. I was listening to a pod yesterday, a college football pod of somebody that I very much like, very much respect, who said the magic is gone. That Dabo magic is gone. It's not there anymore. The mojo, if you will, the gree-gree, as we call it down in Louisiana. The vibe, bro, is gone. No, I don't believe that to be accurate. I don't think that's true at all. I think what is gone right now that is the problem is, as I've mentioned multiple times this year, player development. I don't think you're developing the top-notch recruiting that Clemson is capable of bringing in, although even that is in question. And if that's going to get more difficult, it is going to get more difficult for one reason and one reason alone, and it is that the outward opinion and viewpoint of this team right now ain't great. If you don't want that to continue, if you would like to get rid of that element that is hampering your program, this is not a win you need to have. This is a win you have to have. And frankly, I don't think a win's enough. Listen, I've told you how many times I like this Georgia Tech team. I like Brent Key. We had Brent Key on the show before the season started. Lonzo and I both love this guy because he's just an offensive lineman at heart, dude. We brought him on. I'm like, Coach, what's the most important part of your team this year? And he's like, big fat guys up front who can knock you down. Right? Offensive and defensive. We've got to win the line of scrimmage every game. It's just an offensive lineman at heart. And he's building his team in that direction. Look, they went and got a 45-17 win over Virginia this past weekend. Same Virginia team that beat North Carolina the week before or 2 weeks before that. They also knocked off, you'll remember, and ended the national championship aspirations of said North Carolina team the week before that by putting 46 up on the Tar Heels. This team can score because they can run the ball. But they also allow you to run the ball. Georgia Tech's run defense is not good. They are giving up 220 some odd yards a game on the ground right now. That is why I told you yesterday, I don't think you can run the ball 36 times with Phil Maffa again. Lonzo, I had a whole discussion about this earlier in the week.
If you're giving up that many yards, you don't have to run that many times. You can run half that with the same result.
Theoretically speaking. Georgia Tech giving up an average of 5.3 yards per rush on the ground, 220 rushing yards per contest this year. They are 79th in the nation defensively. They have yielded 235.2 yards per outing via the pass game this year. They are allowing a 60% completion percentage. Here's this game for me. Run the ball until Georgia Tech faints, passes out, leaves, gets on the bus, and goes home. But you're going to need Will Shipley involved. You're going to need him involved. If Clemson is going to rescue this season. If they are going to end this season and get rid of that sour view that is being perpetuated by the media outside of South Carolina, by the public outside of South Carolina, the way they do it is twofold. Number one, you go 3-and-out on your way out the door. You take out Georgia Tech. You, I think, upset North Carolina next weekend, and you make sure that you put down the Gamecocks in their stadium, right? Specifically and especially if South Carolina finds themselves in a spot where they are fighting to win and get bowl eligible. You do those things, now all of a sudden there's a different attitude, I think, about this Clemson Tiger football program, and now all of a sudden those recruiting channels stay open. Dabo can go to 5 stars and go, hey, look, here's the deal. Yeah, we had a down year. We had a down year. We had some injuries. We had some issues. Some guys didn't develop, but here's the reality. We're bouncing back. And if you're here, we'll bounce back even higher. I don't think you can drop another game if you're Clemson and not have this offseason be very negative perspective-wise outside of the state. You have to beat Georgia Tech. It's not an option. An L to Georgia Tech effectively creates an LOL offseason for everybody who's not you. Because while Lonzo and I can sit here and tell you, and have been, Georgia Tech's better this year. Georgia Tech's trending up. Brent Key's doing a real good job of this program. The perspective of Georgia Tech nationally is that they're Georgia Tech. They're a bunch of nerds with football helmets. They're the bees, man. You have got to win this game. Not just win this game. You've got to dominate this game. And now, Lonzo is going to dominate this sports flash.
They're the bees, man.
The bees!
They're the bees, not the bees. The 1-7 Carolina Panthers are on the road in Chicago tonight to take on the 2-7 Chicago Bears. Get you some of that. Quarterback Justin Fields has been ruled out with a thumb injury, and rookie Tyson Bagent will get the start for Carolina. Linebacker Brian Burns and quarterback C.J. Henderson are out, along with wide receiver Laviska Shenault, tight end Steven Sullivan, and wide receiver DJ Shark. Safety Xavier Woods is questionable. A must-win game for the Hornets went south with a 132-116 loss to Washington last night. Kyle Kuzma scored 33 for the Wizards, while LaMelo Ball put down 34 for Charlotte. 3 Wizards scored double digits off the bench, while no Hornets scored more than 9 in reserve play. We are your home for Furman football. Tune in Saturday as the Paladins take on the VMI Keydets at noon.
Slobber knocker of a Thursday night game. Yeah, I might be slobbering by the end of it. Ugh. Ugh. Gonna be a long day, Tater.
Millions of incredible Christmas lights and music, a giant Christmas tree, a 600-foot-long light tunnel, carnival rides, and even a petting zoo and pony corral.
Upstate Holiday Lights sounds great for the family. How do we get tickets?
You can get info and buy tickets and fast passes at upstatelights.com. We went last year and the kids loved it. It's a Christmas tradition.
I'm taking my family to Upstate Holiday Lights.
Lucas has a question for you, Rob.
The family loves it and it keeps everybody in the holiday spirit. It starts off
Lucas, somebody said something about it. I don't know. Let's see. It looks like it's a re-release of an old documentary. I was really just getting into a fight with somebody on Twitter who said they didn't know who Larry Bird was and that he didn't deserve a documentary.
It's so funny because I had just watched a bunch of YouTube videos about Larry Bird because it kept jumping up on my feed.
For sure.
Yeah, about how much stuff that he talked.
Oh, so
Yeah,
much.
yeah.
I saw one
It's mostly you putting the white guy on me.
Yeah.
It's all those. And it's hilarious.
There was one they did an interview with Dominique Wilkins when he was with Atlanta, I think. And Dominique was like, Larry called me before a game. He's like, I'd never talked to Larry Bird. And he called me before a game and was like, hey, I'm just letting y'all know I'm putting 50 on you this weekend. And he's like, everybody on this team was like, we're not letting Larry Bird get to 50. He got to 53 in that game. He goes, I called Larry Bird 2 weeks later, and I was like, hey, I'm returning the favor. I'm getting 50 on you when we come up to Boston. He goes, Larry held me to like 13 and no rebounds in that game. My favorite was the phone call he was on with, I think he was on with either Reggie Miller or Grant Hill before he won that three-point contest. And he said on the phone, they were like, Larry, who's going to win this game? And he goes, that ain't the question. The question is who's coming in second because you already know I'm going to win it. And then he went out there and smoked everybody. Yeah. If you like, Larry Bird is one of those guys that's like, if you like basketball, you have to know Larry Bird. Larry Bird's up there with Michael, Magic, Shaq, Kareem. Like, these are dudes you got to know. It's not an option. Larry Legend, the Great White Hope. The hick from French Lick. Zach said Bird greater than LeBron. I don't know if I'm ready to go that far with you, Zach. Although I thought the Lakers were going to be good, and they are not. They are not. And away we go, ladies and gentlemen. Hour numero dos of the Rob Brown radio program starts right now. I am Rob, the great one, Lonzo, on the ones and twos this AM. You good over there, pal? What was that? Look, it hurt a little bit.
Interdimensional interference.
Gotcha. Got a lot to get into on the radio program. We're going to talk South Carolina Gamecock football here in just a minute. I know you guys are super pumped to get into some Carolina v. Chicago NFL Thursday night football. Thursday night historically producing banger after banger after banger after banger. And you know we're getting one tonight with the Cats and the Bears live from the Windy City. Y'all, this game is going to go one of two ways. It is either going to be a surprise, incredible exhibition between two rookie quarterbacks, or it is going to be a dumpster fire inside of a slightly larger dumpster fire.
Which will be labeled as a defensive struggle.
Of course. You know, a defensive struggle that Brian Burns is not playing. Xavier Woods is questionable. The Panther injury list. In fact, I'm not even going to tell you about it yet because it is one of the 3 items on today's water cooler cheat sheet. The 3 items you have to know before you go start talking sports on smoke break numero uno with your coworkers today. When you do, you will need to know these 3 things. You will need to know the 3 items on your water cooler cheat sheet.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
You hear that?
even before they Take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go.
Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
You've been playing clips over the fart noise. Were you just gonna try to kill it that time?
Oh no, I nailed it, but I didn't have it turned up. So it's, I mean, I would have killed it. So I always turn it down a little bit so the clip plays louder over the thing. It's just, it was a little more obvious at times inside.
Little more.
I missed it.
Water cooler cheat sheet, 3 items you have to know before you go start talking sports at work. We will begin, ladies and gentlemen, with item number 1.
I'm going home.
Do you need a cough drop?
No, I need to not read emails before I jump on the air, and it just messes me up for the entire day. I apologize. I need to be more mentally strong.
This past weekend, ladies and gentlemen, NASCAR handed out its season championship. And the reality is the overwhelming majority of y'all didn't even know it was happening. Knew who won it. Now, part of that is on me. I'm a NASCAR guy. I was watching that race. And even as a NASCAR guy who watched that race, I recognized it's not something, unfortunately, that moves the needle in a huge way, even here in what I believe, Lonzo, to be a large part of NASCAR country. The Carolinas are NASCAR country. Yet, over the years that I have been here, I have come to the realization that there's about 15 of y'all when I talk NASCAR that get excited about it, and the rest completely tune me out. It is not that I don't want to talk NASCAR. It's just that it doesn't look like a good number for somebody whose job is to get you to listen to me talk.
I'd rather hear that than an entire hour of Michigan and Clemson like I did last hour.
I'm sure
it's like the worst thing for someone like me.
Yes, it is. Unfortunately, it's the best thing for someone like me.
Yeah, I realize that it's everything that's going on right now. And yeah, NASCAR ended last week, right?
It sure did. The TV ratings are out now. The NASCAR Cup Series championship race had an average of just over 2.9 million people that watched Ryan Blaney outpace Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson, and William Byron to claim his first Cup Series title win. Last season's championship race, which was won by Joey Logano, had an average audience of 3.213 million people. So they lost about a third of a million people. The decline comes after 2 seasons of audience stability for the Cup season, for the Cup Series finale. Last season's race had basically the same audience as the 2021 finale. That had approximately 150,000 more viewers than the 2020 finale, which checked in at 3.063 million. The lower viewership for Sunday's race is slightly above average in decline of NASCAR overall viewership in 2023. NASCAR President Steve Phelps said Friday of last week that the series was content with the modest declines overall after significant viewer losses at the beginning of the season. Phelps said, quote, NBC came back in a powerful way. Those metrics are up. If you consider back in March when we were down 15%, now we're down mid-single digits. We're happy with where that is, end quote. Here's the number that I have to put into perspective. Sunday's average audience was less than half of what it was for the 2016 season finale, a race which saw over 6 million people watch Jimmy Johnson win his 7th and final title. Why do I bring this up? I bring this up for one reason and one reason alone. It is because it is further proof. And oh, by the way, you put this into the context of the fact that the World Series was down this year dramatically as well. I put this into perspective for one reason and one reason alone. And that reason is this. You need to create more characters in sports, right? I know it is a fun thing for all of us to say, I like sports for sports. Some of us are telling the truth when we say that.
I was going to say, were there any fights? Were there any wrecks? Were all the things that people who are not fans would watch for?
No.
And when there's heat between a couple of drivers, it might get someone outside that normally doesn't listen to go, okay, or watch to watch.
That is an element of it. There is also the element of we all like sports more when we have somebody to pull for or somebody to pull against, right? For years, you could check into NASCAR because you were a Jimmy Johnson fan, or you were a Dale Earnhardt Jr. fan, or you could tune in because you wanted to see Jeff Gordon get planted into a wall and knocked out of the race, or whatever. But I would ask NASCAR fans, who are those guys right now? Who's that guy right now? Who's that guy, that unlikable cat that you're tuning in to watch wreck out right now? Who's that guy in NASCAR that you are tuning in right now as a fan? Because I think NASCAR and baseball are making one very similar mistake. They do not promote their individual stars. They do not promote the guys that go on posters that make me go, I want to tune in to watch that guy win or that guy lose. Baseball has, and I think NASCAR goes in the same direction, has for years thought people are going to tune in for their team. They're going to tune in for the Braves. They're going to turn in for the Red Sox. They're going to tune in for the Astros. They're going to tune in for whoever. And that is true. The problem is, at some point, all except two of those teams aren't playing anymore. When the playoffs roll around, over half of the league is not involved. When you get to the second round of the playoffs, more are not involved. When you get to the ALCS and the NLCS, which should be the highlight of your season, you are at a point where 89% of, I'm bad at math, I don't know if that's the right number, but it's close, of the league is not involved. And if you don't have a rooting interest, why would I tune in? Promote your stars. We're going to talk about this more later on in the radio show, but we got to keep going with the water cooler cheat sheet. Let's get to item number 2. As we talked about earlier in the radio program, the University of Michigan has sent a 10-page response to the Big Ten. They did so yesterday evening, which, according to Ross Dellinger and Dan Wetzel of Yahoo Sports, quote, sets the stage for an unprecedented legal battle between school and conference over the sign-stealing probe that is gripped college football. In the letter, Michigan warns Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti against what it describes as premature disciplinary action against head coach Jim Harbaugh. It questions the league's evidence in the case as grossly insufficient and says Michigan believes the conference is in a rush to punish the Wolverines, not because of crimes committed, but because of public and internal pressure from other Big Ten schools that would create, quote, an indefensible precedent, end quote. Yahoo Sports obtained a copy of the 10-page letter, which includes 2 attached documents of Michigan's offensive and defensive signs allegedly stolen and shared by other Big Ten teams. In the letter, signed by Michigan Athletic Director Ward Manuel, the university suggests that sign stealing is a rampant and somewhat common practice, and the school fires a warning at its own league saying, quote, the conference should act cautiously when setting precedent, given the reality that in-person scouting, collusion amongst opponents, and other questionable practices may well be far more prevalent than believed, end quote. Which is interesting, but everybody else is doing it too defense, not necessarily a great one. So we'll find out what comes of anything of this letter. As I mentioned yesterday, and I will say again this morning, if there is going to be Big Ten punishment, which is the Big Ten, at least on its surface, saying we value principle with an LE over principle with an AL, that punishment will be handed out today, no later. They are not going to stick Michigan in a situation where they've got less than 24 hours to come up with a plan on how to handle a roadie to Happy Valley without Jim Harbaugh. So if they are going to send Senior Khakis to the locker room, they are going to do it today so that Michigan has at least one full day to put a sans Jim Harbaugh game plan together. Item number 3. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we have a major NFL showdown. The Chicago Bears host your Carolina Panthers. I know it is exciting. It's so exciting that I am going to go watch the band Alabama play music instead of watch this game. At least the first half of it. I'll check in half number 2. Here's what we know so far. Justin Fields is not available for the Chicago Bears, so the 2-7 Windy City Midway Monsters will get one more start out of Tyson Bagent. Bears coach Matt Eberflus said Justin Fields is not ready to return from a thumb injury. They hope to have him back after the mini bye next weekend, so Bagent is going to get the nod. Last week, Tyson Bagent had himself a game, except for the 3 picks and the fumble that he turned over. Outside of that, he looked real good. He had multiple touchdown passes to tight end Cole Kmet that looked like they were going to put the Saints away. Problem was late in the game. He turned into a rookie. So now you got rookie on rookie violence happening tonight up in the Windy City of Chicago, Illinois. And I am very intrigued as to how it is that the Panthers will handle this. Why? Not just because of the quarterback situation, but also because of their own injury report. Brian Burns is out for this game. DJ Chark is doubtful for this game. CJ Henderson is out. Laviska Shenault is out. Steven Sullivan is out. Xavier Woods is questionable. Von Bell is questionable. Marquise Haynes is questionable as well. The injury list for the Carolina Panthers is creeping into South Carolina Gamecock territory. There comes a point where, despite your quest for criticism of the rookie quarterback, there comes a point where you've got to look at the injury report and go, what the hell do we do here? What are we going to do here? You're missing, 4 defensive starters? You're missing Chark and Shenault off of your wide receiver list if Chark can't go. You're missing, potentially, by the way, Raheem Blackshear did practice, full practice yesterday, so he should be good to go. But you could be missing Marquise Haynes and Brian Burns from your linebacking core. Your defensive backfield is already bad enough, and now you're going to be out Henderson and potentially Xavier Woods and Von Bell. This is the best, most eloquent way I can put it, Lonzo. Bad news. Because they're playing the Bears.
I get it. I get it. It
Bears.
just sounds like that a bunch of excuses are being made way before the game. Because I'm sure
Burns being out is definitely next man up. Brian Burns, no big deal.
I'm
NBD.
sure it's that Chicago is completely healthy, so they have no excuses, right?
Yeah, pretty much. They're missing Justin Fields.
Okay, all right.
That's
all right. So nobody else banged up, nothing. Okay.
Carl Blassingame is out.
Dude, how could you leave that out?
I mean, he's right there on Brian Burns' level, you know? You've got, who else? Equimonious St. Brown.
Good job. That's a really good job.
I'm not sure I got that right.
No, I believe you did.
I'm pretty sure I did, but I'm not sure 100%. But, I mean, again.
So what you're saying is that Chicago also has injuries. And, okay, all right. So
if you would like to compare the Bears' injuries to not having Brian Burns, DJ Chark, CJ Henderson, Laviska Shenault, Steven Sullivan, Xavier Woods, Von Bell, Marquise Haynes, if you think those are equal to Equimonious St. Brown, have at it.
Every week there is an injury report for every team, and I would predict that there are 0 teams that have 0 players on that list. This is going to be bad. Even if both teams were completely healthy, and I wish they were, because then an excuse cannot be made. Even if both teams were completely healthy, it's still going to be a bad game.
Oh, I'm not arguing with that.
Okay, it just sounds like you're making excuses for a certain quarterback for when he plays bad.
I am not making an excuse here so much as I am pointing out, and very accurately so, that if your QB is missing 2 of his 3 already not that great wide receivers out of his core.
Well, Frank Reich needs to protect his guy, the future of the franchise, and put Andy Dalton in there. Just put Andy in, set Bryce down, and say we have too many injuries. We're worried about the future of the franchise, so we're just gonna pull him for his own safety.
Despite your absolutely smart decision there, I would actually not have a huge problem with that. Honestly,
who is being smart? I mean, if you look at it, and this is the future of your franchise, and you still believe in this guy, why would you put him out there with all these injuries to get him killed?
As we mentioned, as much as it makes Lonzo's head spin in a circle like that chick from The Exorcist,
I want the Panthers to win.
Let me finish my sentence. As much as it makes Lonzo's head spin in a circle like that chick from The Exorcist, wins don't matter this year. They don't. You don't have a draft pick. Wins don't matter. Growth matters. Development matters. There are times in your life where you have to recognize it is not the destination, it's the journey.
Wins always matter. I cannot. Wins always matter.
In a very simplistic way, yes. In the grand scheme of things,
you win when you get up out of bed. You win when you make it to work. You win when your boss compliments you. You win.
None of those
in
are
a lot of
those
ways.
are all things you're supposed to do.
Oh, no, those are wins.
That's all development.
Yeah, and if football is your job, winning is what you're supposed to do.
Yes, it is. Winning championships, which clearly is not going to happen this year.
No, winning period. Because if you win period, you win championships.
No, only one team wins it. There are 31 teams who do not win a championship every year. There are probably 13 to 15.
You're right,
teams.
James, but that only applies to everybody except for the Panthers.
No.
The Panthers is about growth. Everybody else, you play to win the game.
I appreciate your frustration. I appreciate your dedication to the shtick. I'm right there with you. But if you don't recognize that part of winning is growing into a winner, you just expect to be that guy. Like you just expect to be him out of the gate. You're going to be disappointed more than you're not.
All right. So when you're born a winner like I was, maybe I can't recognize what you're trying to point out.
Yeah, for sure. You've never lost.
No,
never lost.
I don't lose.
We can't all be the Michael Jordan of everything like Lonzo. So for those of us
Michael
out
Jordan,
here,
that guy lost. Okay.
So for
me, I don't do that.
Those of us that live out here in the real world, we recognize that sometimes you've got to develop and grow before you can be a champion.
Sarcasm aside, winning only matters to every other team except for the Carolina Panthers, and you heard it here.
No, the Arizona Cardinals are in the same boat, without a doubt. There are plenty of teams. The New York Giants are in the same boat. All right, we got to take a break before anybody else gets frustrated on the Rob Brown radio program. And the Fan Upstate.
Gables.
All right, guys, quick live read right here, and then we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Don't go. Don't go anywhere. right, thanks for hanging in there, folks. I had to stay off because I was watching a video of Morgan Wallen, Hardy, and Post Malone singing Joe Diffie's Pickup Man and making fun of the fact that Post Malone was the most country guy on the stage. If you like bro country, I'm not here to judge you, but Post Malone showed up and showed out everybody else.
I have no comment because he's talking about country.
I got an 8-foot bed that never has to be made. You know, if it weren't for trucks, we wouldn't have tailgates.
Wow. Complicated
Spent all
lyrics
my
that
life
anyone could write.
in traffic jams, there's just something women like about a pickup man. Bow, 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 burn out. It's a great tune, man. That country music is not dead. It's just you got to go look for it now. There are a ton of Jason Isbells out there waiting for you right now. You just got to put in the work, man.
If I were a country fan, there's only one guy that I would root for. The sturdiest man in all of country.
Jelly Roll.
Jelly Roll.
I love that dude. I love that dude.
Never heard him sing one thing that maybe I have. I don't know. Does he have anything crossover?
Texter says, why does Zoe love being a contrarian?
Why do you, Texter? So that's one thing I don't understand. If you have a differing opinion of a lot of people because maybe you're just unique, why does that make you a contrarian?
The Rob Brown Show continues. I do have a few more thoughts on Chicago v. Carolina tonight. I told you back earlier in the first hour of the show that this is not, despite it being labeled incorrectly as such by some other folks with microphones, this is not a must-win game for Carolina. It would be nice to win game.
Wait. How's it? They don't have any of those left this season. They don't.
Correct.
I mean, because win or lose, it's not going to change their draft status.
Correct.
I mean, so this is a developmental year. So
Correct.
I guess that's why you leave Bryce in there. But you are going to make him or break him with this season, and you need to look at him and decide: can this guy survive this, or do we put him on the shelf till next year when hopefully in the draft and free agency we can address the problems that we had this year and shore up the line and all those things. But if they're not going to do, there is no must win.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rob Brown's take from the great one. Yes, all of that. Yes to all of that.
So if you would like me to just say what Rob's going to say every time, then maybe I wouldn't be a contrarian.
We have a texter who asked why Lonzo loves being a contrarian.
Rob and I have found a couple topics that we fight on. I mean, that's just how it is. But for the most part, probably we probably only fight like 1.5% of the time.
To the surprise of most, Lonzo and I actually really do get along until he's wrong about stuff. All right. So I am going to go with this game is not a must-win game for Carolina. I actually completely agree that there are no more must-win games. There are no games that Carolina must win. I'll tell you what there are for Carolina. There are must-get-better games. That's it. There are must-get-better games. There are games left ahead of the Panthers that are must-get-better games. There are games that I want to see them leave, and the final score is irrelevant. I want to see a team that at the end of the game, I can point out something. I can circle something and say, they got better here. This is the spot.
I thought you were about to cry there, but it was just, okay. All right. Something.
there is something that I can circle. There's a number. There's a bit of game film. There's a player. There's a stat. There is something that I can go, this is where this team got better. They got better at this blocking scheme. They got better at that blocking scheme. They got better at this blitz package. They got better at this coverage. They got better with this run type. They got better with this pass type. Whatever it is.
All that's
something
well
got
and
better.
good. But the main focus for a Carolina Panther fan, which I am one, is you want to see Bryce get better. I don't care about anybody else getting better. I want to see him get better. I want to see him make better decisions. I want to see him recognize coverages, him get out of problems that other quarterbacks could get out of. I want to see him not go back and look like a statue and set his feet. There are a lot of things. I just want to see him get better. If he gets better, the team gets better.
So I think that there is something. So, okay, let me start over. First off, yes to all of that. Yes, we agree on that. On that platform, we stand arm in arm, metaphorically speaking.
That would require touching, and I'm probably not going to do that.
But there is another half, if not more, of this conversation. And this is why the ring culture that we live in now, if I may go mini boomer on you, drives me absolutely up the wall. The reason why is because we have created this world that we live in, that every team's got the guy. And all of the team's failures, maybe more so than their successes, are hung on the guy. We become, nope, scratch that. Y'all become, I don't because I know ball. Y'all become blinded to the fact that there is any damn body else on the field, on the court, on the whatever playing surface we're talking about. That was for added emphasis, and I nailed it for the record. Y'all forget there's anybody else out there that matters, right? So we've developed into this spot where for the past 2 or 3 years, the fault of the Baltimore Ravens has fallen on the shoulders of Lamar Jackson. When I've looked around the last couple of years and gone, hey, quick question, who's out there helping Lamar Jackson? And nobody knows. The success of the Kansas City Chiefs has become Patrick Mahomes. I'm going, wait a minute. No love for Tyreek, no love for Travis Kelce, no love for an offensive line that while it this year and the end of last year didn't look great, the years leading up to that looked significantly better. No love for any of those guys. No, it's all 16. It's all Patty Mac. That's it. We have created this world where it all comes down on a guy. It happens at college too. It happens at college. Again, everybody last year hung the woes of the Clemson Tigers on DJ Uiagalelei. On DJ Uiagalelei. There it is. I knew we'd get there.
I keep turning it down. I don't know.
Y'all ran DJ out of town. DJ goes to Oregon State. DJ's team's lost 2 games, and they are still very much alive in a hunt for a Pac-12 championship. They won't get there, but they're in the hunt.
What if they did? What if
hilarious.
What if they did?
Freaking hilarious. This year, it's like the same thing is happening. Oh, we'd be so much better if it wasn't for Cade Klubnik. It's all on Cade.
Well, I think a lot of the problems this year are with Cade. DJ, I'm not so sure about that. Actually, I don't think the problems were with DJ, but Cade is regressing, and that's a problem.
Right. So this goes to the point that I'm making.
Just like Bryce Young appears to be regressing, and that's a problem.
This goes to the exact point that I'm making. The exact point that I'm making is you can't tell me that a guy like a DJ Uiagalelei, who did not fail at Clemson, he just wasn't very good, who goes to another school.
But see,
Hang on, let me get
how
there.
is he not very good?
Let me get there. Last year, DJ Uiagalelei did not fail, but he did not live up to the hype that people put on him. And now he's gone
Trevor
out
Lawrence
to the Pac-12, and he is very close to living up to the hype he had when he was at Clemson.
And you know why? Because he doesn't have to live up to the shadow
No, that's
that
not
was
why.
put.
That's not why.
that-
He doesn't.
You
he
can't
can do
prove that it's not.
He
It's
can-
got to be a part of it. It has to.
He can do that because when he got to Oregon State built an offense around DJ Uiagalelei that highlights the assets and brings the negatives to a minimum. They didn't do that at Clemson. That was why the Dabo comment earlier in the year of, we didn't bring Garrett Riley to run Garrett Riley's offense. We brought Garrett Riley to coordinate the Clemson offense, was the red flag of this season for me. And now we know that red flag was like a big old banner, right? So we create this world where it's all on one guy and we don't consider all the moving pieces and parts. Do I think that Bryce Young regressed? Hell, from last week to this week, absolutely. He was a different cat against Houston than he was this past weekend, without a doubt. I'm not going to argue that. What I am going to say is, to say Bryce Young regressed, end of sentence, is a failure to take into consideration that there are 22 starters and a coaching staff, all of whom have input into the outcome of a game, into the dictation of said game. So to say Bryce regressed does not take into consideration that if you go look at the Houston game versus the game this past weekend against Indianapolis, the average time from snap to confrontation with a blitzer or a rusher was about half what it was against Houston.
You're going to bring up the picture next? Is that where you're going?
I don't have to.
Okay. All right.
If you watched the game, you saw it. I don't need to bring up the picture of 5 Carolina offensive linemen all facing backwards. Sorry, I lied to you. 4 Carolina offensive linemen and a running back staying in the block.
The other one was probably
backwards.
downfield illegally. That's why.
No, I actually
he
went and
wasn't
found
in
that
the
play
picture.
on the all-22 and spun it around. He was the only one throwing a block. It was the center. He was the only one throwing a block.
Way to go, Bozeman. 2
guards, 2 tackles, and a running back, all facing backwards towards Bryce Young with a wall of 4. They were bringing 4. This was not an exotic blitz.
There's
This was 4 down
obviously
line.
a screen, and
Nope.
I mean, where you let the guy go,
Nope.
yeah, I mean, that's
Nope.
what it was.
4 defensive linemen in Bryce's face, 4 offensive linemen and a running back, all facing backwards, watching it happen. The point that I'm making here is that was consistent throughout the game. And so I will agree with you that Bryce Young regressed. I will agree with you that there were, off the top of my head, 3 or 4 passes that BY overshot or undershot to guys that should have been complete passes. But if you put that exclusively on the head of number 9 and you don't put that anywhere else, then you're not a football guy.
If you don't at least put some blame on the quarterback and not put all of it on everyone else,
Did you listen
then
to what I
you're
said?
not a football guy.
Did you listen to what I said? Where I said, I agree Bryce Young regressed. I agree Bryce Young looked worse against Indy than he did Houston. What I'm saying is, if the only criticism you have goes to BY, and you're not paying attention to the fact that his time to throw got cut nearly in half from the week before, that's going to make anybody worse.
The team stinks. That's why they were able to trade up
I
to
don't
number
disagree.
1. Yeah, no. I mean, the entire team is not good. I mean, but if you look really bad on a really bad team, how bad are you?
We got to take a break. When we come back, let's talk Clemson, Georgia Tech. Let's talk South Carolina v. Vanderbilt. Rashad and Emily in the next hour. Fight Club the hour after that. It's all on the Rob Brown radio program on the Fan Upstate. DeForest Buckner will ruin an offensive line stay. Hey, we're all doing it. Coulter Wall. Now I got to look it up. Now I got to look up Coulter Wall. I don't know that name. Well, oh, I do know him. I'm already following him. He's got a song with another guy that if you like him, you'll like. Tyler Childers out right now that I really like. Coulter Wall has 4 million monthly listeners on Spotify. That ain't bad, man.
That's nice.
There's another band called Shane Smith and the Saints that I found not too long ago that are also excellent, like real good.
Tired of fighting. I'm just going to sit back and push buttons.
That's because country music does not play. Sorry, music radio does not play things that fans ask for. Music radio plays things that fans listen to. You know what I mean?
No, I'm laughing at
okay.
something else. There's a bus stop, and there are 4 grandmas and Batman. Nana, 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 Batman.
Oh, God.
That's just awesome.
You know where I get to go today? Boot Barn.
All right, heading to the boot barn.
I left my black cowboy hat in my car.
Oh, no.
And it got too hot, and it went all droopy.
Oh, so you're going to go get
So
it
them to
shaped?
steam it and shape
Yeah.
it back up.
Yeah, when
And-
I bought my hat, I talked to them about the
Yeah.
shaping and all that
Bring
kind of
back in,
stuff.
They'll
Yeah.
steam it and reform it for you.
I think I shocked everyone because I was asking a bunch of questions like, why are you talking? Because it's an investment. I want to know how to
It is.
fix it if I ruin it.
It is. And I completely blanked that Courtney's parents last year gave me a $100 gift certificate to the Boot Barn that I found yesterday. So not only am I bringing my black cowboy hat,
Did it have an
to get it shaped,
expiration
I'm going to get
date
my
on it,
beige
though?
cowboy hat so I can wear it with everything else.
How long have you had that certificate?
It's Christmas. It's still good.
It's almost a year, dude. I don't know.
Yeah, it's still good.
It's not card,
It's a
is
gift
it?
card. I don't think gift
Yeah,
cards
but
can expire.
yeah, but they can
Gift cards turn into cash.
they can depreciate, I believe.
Well, I mean, yes, as the price of cowboy hats rises. Thanks, Obama. That's my favorite thing to say for no reason.
Okay, all right.
Didn't
realize that was his fault, but okay.
It's not. That's the joke. The joke is he gets blamed for everything. So now I sarcastically blame him for things that obviously are not his fault. I'm gonna go get my beige cowboy hat because I got 2 black and I don't have any other than black.
What do you wear with a beige hat though?
Anything that's not black. Blue jeans and a white shirt,
Like
beige hat.
green? You can wear green?
Yeah, with a beige hat.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Orange? Did you wear that with?
I don't wear orange, and it's not an anti-Clemson thing. It's just I can't pull off orange thing. I've tried.
You're not a hunter or a convict, so I mean, those guys pull off orange pretty well. We have no contest today, by the way. Just letting you know.
We have no contest today.
Because the original email was Monday through Wednesday,
Yeah.
and I double and triple and quadruple checked. Yeah, we had a conversation about Dwight Yoakam yesterday. Them Yoakam boys beating people up.
Them Yoakum boys.
Bullies, man. Bullies. I don't like bullies. I do think he's a pretty good actor, though.
Dwight Yoakam?
Yeah. He shows up in things from time to time, and you don't realize it's him till.
Maybe I'll be fast as you. Maybe I'll break hearts too. So we ended the last hour talking about the fact, or at least my belief, that Clemson's game against Georgia Tech this weekend, for image purposes, because branding is everything, is not a must-win game. It is a must-dominate game. This is a game that Clemson needs to play as if it is 2018 again in order to be able to label this season as a fluke. I think if you go out and you get into a fist fight with Georgia Tech, the ability to call this season fluky goes out the window. I think you got to dominate this game to be able to go back and go, yeah, well, look, we had 4 losses or 5 or 3 losses or whatever, and that's not great. But we had a fluky season. We had some turnover. We were breaking in a new OC. We were breaking in a first-year QB. We're going to be fine. South Carolina Vanderbilt is a must-win to me, right? It is a must-win. You are going to be getting some guys back. You are going to, we'll talk to Emily Adams about this coming up here in a little less than an hour from now. You're going to be getting some guys back. You're going to be probably close to the healthiest that you've been in a little while. And you're going up against a Vanderbilt team that I believe to be about the same level of competition as Jacksonville State University. A very good first-year FBS program, but a glorified FCS program, right? This is a contest to me that the South Carolina Gamecocks need to show we're not rattled, right? Like, we know adversity. We know we faced some. We know that we are facing adversity every game for the rest of the year until we lose, right?
No, this is, I'm not to disagree, and I'm not sure I am. This is when they look at last year and what happened around this time last year, and they try to find what they found last year and bring that to the field. Because around this time last year, something clicked, something happened, and they do have something to play for. They have to win out to be bowl eligible.
Last year's team, some of you will agree, some of you will not. Last year's team, talent-wise, was better than this year's team. It just was. With the running back field you had, with Jaheim Bell, last year's team, on paper, talent-wise, was better than this year's. And we have talked about this at length. This year's MASH unit of an injury list has taken away even more than that.
I do agree with you, but Spencer Rattler has had one of his best seasons ever this year, despite all that. Completions, yards, all that kind of stuff.
I understand, but that doesn't negate the fact that he had more weapons last year. He just did. That's not a question. That is a statement.
Oh, you're right. The running game is definitely, but they've started to come on a little bit more near the end of the season.
They made the correct move of moving Mario Anderson to RB1, something that should have happened before the season even started, but certainly within the first game or two. They made that was the correct move. I don't disagree. I think through the air, Xavier Legette has become an American hero without a doubt with the year that he is having. But none of that negates the reality that there was more talent offensively available and on the field last year than this year. I will tell you the one thing I don't want is I don't want 2022 to become a pressure point for this year's team. Oh, we got to do what we did last year. We got to match what we did last year. You can't. Last year's last 3 games, well, I guess last 2 games, last year's last 2 games were, I'm sorry to say, because it's not real, magic. They were magic. It was a magic finish to the season. It was one of those ends to the season that fans created a lifelong memory. People who were at school at the end of last year are going to be telling their grandkids about their greatest football season finish, no matter what happens. South Carolina could win a couple of natties between here and there, and they will still talk about the last 2 games of the 2022 season, without a doubt. And the problem for me that creates...
That would definitely take magic.
The problem that for me creates is that it creates an unattainable, unrealistic expectation for what the end of this season looks like, right? Because I think a lot of people are going to look back and go, well, we did it to Tennessee and Clemson. Why not Kentucky and Clemson? And the answer is you're not as good as you were last year. You've got a hospital wing in Columbia dedicated to just your football players. It is hard to do what you did last year. That's why last year was so special. And the spot you end up in is folks expect you to go on that same run. Reality is if you put another 2-game stretch together to end this year like you did last year, that's the same as like, who was it? Jennifer Lopez's mom. You ever heard this story? J-Lo's mom, Zoe, like 5, 6, 7 years ago.
Was not prepared for you to go J-Lo's mom.
There's a reason.
Okay, all right.
J-Lo's mom a couple of years ago, first off, won the lottery by giving birth to Jennifer Lopez. Mom's never going to have to work another day in her life. And then Jennifer Lopez's mom won the freaking lottery. Like, not like a scratcher, like the lottery, like a multi-million-dollar lottery. And then the next year, she won the lottery again. The odds of that happening are so exponential that it is statistically impossible to happen. But she did it. That's kind of how I feel about South Carolina doing at the end of this year what they did at the end of last year. Now, if Juice Wells comes back, we can text said, don't forget Juice Wells hasn't seen the field since his touchdown versus Georgia. Oh, we're well aware. If Juice comes back, the offense obviously feels a little different. It's still not the same. It's still not the same. But I get what you're saying there, right? So, with all of that being said, the game against Vanderbilt is a must-win, in my opinion. And Texter said, Kentucky and Clemson this year are not even close to what Tennessee and Clemson were last year either. I agree. Last year, Tennessee and Clemson were 2 of the top 10 teams in the country at that point. Clemson was playing for a playoff spot when they played South Carolina, and you beat them. Tennessee was playing for a playoff spot last year when you beat them. That is true about both teams, and you waxed Tennessee, and you stole a win from Clemson in their house. That's impressive. Neither of these 2 teams this year are doing that. Kentucky is playing for SEC relevance. Clemson may or may not be playing for their own bowl eligibility, depending on what happens against Tech and UNC the next 2 weeks. What I'm saying is this. Don't let your expectations be driven to an unreasonable standard based on a magical end to the season last year. But at the same time, don't lower your expectations below beat Vanderbilt, right? Don't lower your expectations below Vandy is a team we will compete against. No, this should be one of those wins, as was Jacksonville State. Sorry, Shane, I have expectations of a win. 100% I do.
You're just miserable.
Sure. I'm a miserable person with expectations of beating Vanderbilt, for God's sake. Is that where we are? Beat Vanderbilt. That's all I'm saying. I'm also saying, Lonzo, do a sports flash.
Beat those nerds. Beat those nerds.
Nerds!
Michigan is fired back at the Big Ten with a response to the league's notice of disciplinary action, which Commissioner Tony Petitti sent Monday. Michigan's 10-page response urged Petitti to respect due process and argued a sanction would break the league's bylaws, likely setting up a future appeal or legal intervention. The LA Angels may or may not be without Shohei Ohtani or Mike Trout next year, but either way, they'll be led by a local fan favorite. Former Atlanta Braves assistant and third base coach Ron Washington was named manager of the Angels yesterday. The 71-year-old manager managed in 2014, where he led the Texas Rangers to 2 World Series in 8 seasons. 2 more big hours coming up right here on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. I agree with your take, Zach, but Jennifer Garner appears to be the stay-at-home, awesome mom type. And Ben Affleck still wanted to be out there, which is what Jennifer Lopez is, or appears to be. All right, thing work. Thank you. I don't know why I have to ask you to work before you work. Wouldn't surprise me, Zach, because everybody's going to be in that, including Taylor Swift.
I had a realization during the break there. I'm sorry. Ordinarily, I try to come back all fun and bubbly and bouncy and yay to start the next hour of the show. Especially this hour of the show, because coming up in about 20 minutes, we've got Rashad Beard of the Panther Nation podcast to talk Panthers on game day. Coming up in the segment after that, Emily Adams of the Greenville News will join us to talk Gamecocks. So this is a fun hour. Yay. But instead, I had a realization. We were talking Gamecocks to end the last hour. And we were talking about what this offense looked like when Juice Wells comes back to the team. And I made the realization that for like a couple of weeks now, the discussion has been, Juice is day-to-day. He could come back at any moment. He could be added to this offense at any moment. And then I made the realization that Juice Wells has played in 3 games so far, right? He's played in 3 games. 4 games, he played North Carolina, Furman, and Georgia. 4 games is the number of games you can play, Lonzo, and keep your red shirt. Now, Juice Wells could theoretically shut it down and get ready for the NFL draft. My question would be, based on the fact that he's been banged up and injured for a lot of this season, what is his NFL draft stock right now? And I got to say, probably a late round pick. And those of us that have watched him in the past and know ball, know that Juice Wells has got 2nd to 4th round potential. Right now, I think he's a 5th to 7th round pick as a prospect.
The thing is, with the devaluing of the running back position, doesn't matter if you come out this year or next year. He probably should just go ahead and do it.
So here's my thought. If he is shutting it down for the NFL, why wouldn't he just say that? And the answer, Brad Crawford of 24/7 put this up on Twitter a little while ago. And I think it's a great point that I had not thought about. So I'm going to give Brad credit for a moment of realization. Juice Wells, much like many players around the college football world, has NIL deals. NIL deals that are contingent upon you being a part of the team, right? If he was to say, I'm shutting it down to get ready for the draft, and again, this is speculation for sure. Let me be very clear. This is speculation. But if Juice Wells was to shut it down, there is the possibility that those NIL deals would go away. So in order to be a part of the team, he's got to be part of the team. And that might be the contingency reason why. But there's another discussion here. If Juice Wells plays in just one more game, he can technically redshirt this year. And if he redshirts this year, it does not burn up a year of eligibility in case he needs to go the distance. If he's only going to play in one more game this year, Lonzo, what game do you think that might be for a South Carolina Gamecock?
The Clemson game.
That would be the one. And where, pray tell, on the schedule do the Clemson Tigers and South Carolina Gamecocks line up against each other?
That would be the final game.
That would be the final game of the season.
It could be the final game of both of them this year.
It very much could. It very much could. So there's a balancing act here. If this is indeed the case, and again, speculation. This may shock you. I have not talked to Juice Wells about this. I'll text him.
I thought you were Rob Brown.
Yeah, I'll text him. I'll see what he says. Speculation here, just to be abundantly clear. I do not have hashtag sources on this. But if he is staying on the team for NIL purposes and he's going to shut it down after the year, the unfortunate part is he leaves a little bit of optimism, a little bit of hope there for Gamecock fans that is not going to pay off because he's not going to say that if the NIL deals are the reason why. And that would be a massive bummer. But if he is saving to play in just one more game so that he can keep that red shirt active, which I believe is very much a possibility, then I would think that his coming back likely would be the Clemson game. It does two things. Number one, aside from allowing him to keep that red shirt on, it not only allows him to keep the red shirt on, but it also, all of the sudden, adds a little punch to the Gamecock offense going into a game that, yes, they would very, very, very much like to win. So I'm intrigued by that. I'm intrigued to see if that would be a reality. I would be intrigued to see if Juice Wells is doing this so that he can be available for Clemson, add some pop, or for the Clemson game, add some pop into the South Carolina offense. And Shane's like, oh, look at that. We got a little trick up our sleeves there, Clemson. Now all of a sudden we've got two elite wide receivers on the outside that you have to contend with. You can't just bull rush Spence every play this game. Would I like him to have some game speed reps between here and there? Sure.
Or maybe, and this is definitely a stretch, maybe he's really hurt.
Oh, I don't doubt that
and maybe he really needs this time to recover.
I don't doubt that he was hurt. And the reality is there is absolutely a chance that he's just waiting until he's 100%, because a wide receiver who does not trust his wheels 100% is a useless wide receiver. No matter how talented they are, if they don't trust themselves to cut in, out, up, down, back, forth, comebacks, whatever, then they're useless to an offense, right? I can't scheme a cutback route. I can't scheme a cut route, a double move. I'm in trouble there. Now, here's the other thing. Xavier Legette, as the true wide receiver one on this team, has been beyond incredible, right? 200-plus yards last week against Jacksonville State. Multiple. What's he got? I think that's 5 100-yard games for him. I think he's one of like 3 Gamecock receivers who have put up those numbers. If he comes back for next year with the red shirt this year, he's wide receiver one. He's plugged into that spot. We know he's been banged up, but he's also been listed as week to week for like a while now, right? A while. And there have been very few updates on Juice Wells returning to the offense. If he is saving it up to come back for next year, he can play in one more game. Clemson would be the game to come back for. Or, like I said, he already knows that he's gone. He already knows that he's out. And he's just staying on board for the NIL. I don't know which is true. I know Shane Beamer, after the Georgia game and ever since, has reportedly banged the drum that he may come back this year, right? In fact, I think he did it after the Jacksonville State game. Somebody asked for an update. He's like, look, we might get him back this year. Leaving that door open is great. The question mark is it realistic? Is it viable? My question that expands off of that one is, does bowl eligibility matter, or is it just a matter of beating Clemson, right? Would he come back just to beat Clemson? Would he not come back at all? If he's like, hey, look, man, I'm like 85%, but I got an NFL future to worry about, because he does. Would he sit down for that? Full recovery, draft preparation, or save the red shirt? I don't know. There is a huge discussion about this going on around Twitter right now. And about half the people that have responded are like, yeah, he's going to come back for Clemson, or he's going to come back for 2024 and he's going full recovery. And about half the people are like, oh, he's shutting it down. He's out. He's done. He's moving on. So I don't know. We'll see. One more thing, and we'll bring this up later on in the show as well.
By the way, who's the quarterback next year?
You got to go with Lenore Sellers.
Is he coming back for that?
I don't know, because, we know Spence is gone,
Right.
right? But in the few snaps we've seen Lenora Sellers, my dude dropped some bombs, right? He had that touchdown pass to, didn't have a touchdown. Lenore's had a touchdown pass to Nick Harbor earlier in the year. Lenora Sellers coming back next year can throw the deep ball. We've already seen it. I would think that his ability to play let me phrase that. I don't know if his ability to play one more set of snaps with Spencer Rattler is a reason that Juice would decide to come back and play one more this year. I don't know that it is or isn't. That's something only he can decide. But if you're going to come back, Lenora Sellers is the most highly touted quarterback recruit to South Carolina in how long? A minute. Since Spencer Rattler as a transfer, certainly. And we know, like I said, we know he's got a deep ball. We know he's got a deep ball. And if you are trying to make yourself an NFL draft prospect standout, that's a real good way to do it. Have a QB who can drop you some dimes. Coming up later on in the final hour of the show, there's an interesting poll going around on Twitter right now regarding the Heisman Trophy that is kind of a continuation of a conversation that we had yesterday on the show. ESPN put out a poll where they asked about your Heisman favorite. Over 111,000 people have voted on it so far, and the results are very interesting, and I'm going to tell you what they are coming up later in the show. But we got to pop to a break and do so on time, because coming up in the next segment, Rashad Beard is the host of the Panther Nation podcast. And the Panthers, well, they play tonight, Amazon Prime. Kirk and Al in the booth. And they take on the woeful Chicago Bears. Could the Cats get win number 2 this evening? We will ask Rashad Beard when we come back on the Rob Brown Radio program in the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, we're going to pop out for a minute while we get Rashad lined up. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Talking Cats on the return. What's up, big fella?
What's going on, fellas?
You doing, partner?
Good.
Glad to hear it. Y'all jacked up about game day, Rashad?
I mean, excited to see football, but also glad that other sports are going on. Glad college basketball is here.
You and me both.
I got a quick. So can I stream this to my channel?
I think I'd have to let you add as a source on StreamYard, but I'll tell you what I can do if you want it is I can, at the end of the show, I can clip the video and just send you the video as a file and you can post it.
So I see the stream to my audience button at the top.
Oh,
I don't have to do it today. I was just curious. I was just curious.
Do it.
Yeah, push and see what happens. I support that 100%.
All right, I'm gonna try.
We'll see what happens. What's the worst that happens?
Oh, I've always meant to ask that because I always see the button. I don't see it with everybody's. When I come on everybody's StreamYard, I don't see it. But I'm gonna see what happens. I've never done it before. It's interesting.
I'd be curious if it works. That'd be dope if it does.
Let me see. Let's see what happens.
I wonder if it make you like put in a stream key and then it would add it as a source for you.
Just let them push it and see what happens.
Yeah, I pushed it. We'll see what happens. Yeah. It's going.
Is it really?
Yeah, because you're seeing comments from his stream.
They're coming in. They're gonna come.
Let's go. He said it's 8:20 a.m. My man, we've been on air for 2.5 hours.
Yeah. We're gonna open this thing up.
All right.
It might have a whole new stream of fans to your show.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a completely positive thing, right? No negative because of all the things that are going on.
Hey, don't read the comments, man. They get kind of crazy.
Why would it be like I made all the comments? Maybe, possibly.
No, maybe.
You can talk about the peekaboo pass.
The peekaboo pass is funny. That's funny. Yeah, they're coming in.
You're not going to get this one.
I gotta wait for the hook now. Oh, gosh, if only they said the name of every Bond movie in the song. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Rob Brown Show on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. It is Thursday. It is 8:20 in the morning, and that means it is time to talk to the secret agent himself, Rashad Beard, host of the Panther Nation podcast, joining us here on the show. Shad, what's up, big fella?
What's going on, guys? Happy to be here, and I got to give a quick shout out to my YouTube family. That came in. I appreciate y'all for dropping in on us.
Look, Rashad figured out.
My favorite is this is a radio show. Yeah, I don't know.
Rashad,
I don't know, man.
Found out as we went live that he could share our stream to the Panther Nation podcast channel, and now the PNP Nation is in the building. So what's up to everybody that we are being introduced to? Rashad brought the peeps out this AM.
Yeah, got an army, man. They always follow me, man. I appreciate them.
I love it. Rashad Beard, host of the Panther Nation podcast, which you can find on Twitter at Panther Nation PC. You can also find them, and where you should find them, on YouTube by searching and subscribing to the Panther Nation podcast. Rashad, you are awfully quiet for it being game day, fella.
Yeah, it's game day. Happy game day, everybody. Yeah, we, it is what it is, man. It is what it is.
So we talked about this earlier. Let me give you my existential take. I told Lonzo earlier, there is no such thing as a must-win game. I saw somebody earlier today call this a must-win game. There's no more must-win games for Carolina. This is a really tough thing for a fan to accept, but there are no more must-win games. There are now only must-get-better games, and it starts tonight against another rookie quarterback in Tyson Bagent.
Yeah, and listen, it's hard to get excited for this game. Both teams are not very good. And the players that will be playing, you got the Bears rookie starter, and then so no Justin Fields. The entire defense of the Carolina Panthers is depleted. So it's really difficult to get excited about this game. But with that said, this is a game. If you look at it, they have our pick, right? This is where you got to man up, right? This is about pride. You got to play with some pride here. They have our pick. And I'm sure Tepper's watching, man. He's watching this situation. And listen, we got to show up. I mean, no matter who's playing any given Sunday or Thursday in this matter, we got to show up, and you got to play with some pride at this point. And hopefully, we come out there. We don't have anything to lose. No need to be playing conservative. No need to, hey, let it all hang out, man. Just let it fly. Do what you got to do. Not must win, but for in the eyes of Panther Nation, we got to see something. We got to see something because it's not pretty. Last week was one of the worst games I've ever seen from the Carolina Panthers, and we got to get better.
So talk to me a little bit about that, because you got win number 1 against Houston a couple of weeks ago. I mean, it wasn't anything to fly the flag about, but hey, a dub's a dub at this point in the season. And then it's like the team regressed. Like I read all the articles, Lonzo pointed out like BY regressed. And I agree he did. But to me, everybody out there, the coaching regressed, the offensive line regressed, the defense regressed, like everybody.
Yeah, but one person stood out above everyone else.
Stop it. The whole team regressed as a whole. And I pointed out earlier that we have created this culture in the NFL where we like to hang all the credit and all the blame on one dude, on a quarterback. But, man, the whole team looked worse last week than they probably did at any point earlier in the season, and that brings everybody down.
Yeah, and it's easy to obviously 3 picks. Bryce is going to get, and he didn't look great. Let's be clear on that. I'm not saying that he looked great. However, when you have less than a second to throw the football, there's some problems with the offensive line, and to not mention that and just to throw it all on Bryce is not accurate, and we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't do that. We got to be responsible here with our criticisms about Bryce, because again, like I said, he deserves some criticism for sure, but it's not all on him. We can't run the football. The weapons aren't getting. There are no weapons. The offensive line we come up here and say the same things every week about the offense? It's the same exact things every single week. And something's got to change, right? And I don't think, we talk about Thomas Brown and him calling the plays, right? I didn't see anything different. You go back in the first couple of games, this the same stuff. It's the exact same thing. So there's a lot of blame to go around. And I think, I got to be honest, man, Schefter put out something, talking about heads are going to start rolling, and Tepper's getting impatient. Listen, Tepper just got rid of the Charlotte FC coach, right? So listen, Tepper.
You think that was a warning shot? You think that was a little bit?
I think it. I mean, listen, Tepper is not playing. I think it might have been a little warning shot. I'll be honest. I mean, I'm not the biggest conspiracy theorist, but you got to connect the dots here, and I think it is a bit of a warning shot to Reich and company. We got to do something, because it's unsatisfactory to be presented with this amazing coaching staff and all this stuff, and that's literally the worst part of this team is the coaching staff. I mean, it's not good. It's not good.
All right, I've asked this many times, and I always get it thrown at me like, stop it. I don't think Frank Reich makes it through the season. Do you still think – I'm asking Rob, and I'm asking Rashad, do you think Frank Reich makes it through the season?
I gotta be honest. If the way things are, if it stays like this and we don't get at least 5 victories, I don't see him making it through this. And I didn't feel like that prior to the season starting. But I don't. The way things are going, I don't see any progression. Things are getting worse. I don't see him making it through the season.
And see, Junior on stream, Charlotte FC made the playoffs too, and he got rid of the guy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Still got canned.
Yeah, 100%. Like I said, I absolutely think that might have been a little wink, wink, nudge, nudge in the way of the Panthers coaching staff. Now, I've said for a while, like, you brought Frank Reich in because this year, to me, this year was always about progression. Like, yeah, I thought you'd pick up 4, 5, 6 wins down the stretch because the division is a dumpster fire inside of a bigger dumpster fire. But the problem is, in a year that I said was about progression and development, we're not seeing progression and development. I don't care if you don't win another game. If every week, I said this earlier this morning, Rashad, if every game I can come in here and watch game film and say, okay, this week we got better here, and this week we got better here, and here's some numbers that prove we got better, then I go, I don't care if we don't win another game, but I can't say that right now. And that's the biggest problem, especially because the longer, we've seen this with a bunch of rookie quarterbacks, the longer you keep trotting a guy out there with a team that's not getting better around him, the more you risk that guy never having the opportunity to be good.
Yeah, Bryce is damaged, bro. Like, when you have less than a second to throw the football at times, of course your head's going to be on a swivel. You're going to make some errant throws because you're rushed. He's rushing through everything. And listen, we're doing more damage than good with Bryce. And at the end of the day, like, I'm almost to the point where, man, you might need to sit him to save him from himself. Like, it's getting to that point.
Lonzo said earlier in the show, he's like, look, if you feel that way, and I do, right? Like, yes, Bryce took a step back, but it's hard not to when the other 10 dudes out there take a step back, and you're going tonight without DJ Chark, without Laviska Shenault. Like, your injury list right now is a mash unit. Lonzo said, would you sit BY and play Andy Dalton tonight to save him from that? And I was like, honestly, I don't think that sounds like the worst idea, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think it's a great. I don't think they'll do it, but it's unfortunate to see him get thrashed every single game, and he doesn't look great. And again, when you see, and going to Lonzo's point, when you look across the way, you see CJ Stroud throwing 450, looking great. It doesn't help. It really does not help in the eyes of Panther Nation. And just a quick point, going back to your point about the South being a dumpster fire, right? We are the ember to that. Like, we are the reason why, a good portion of the reason to why the South is so bad. So I don't see us competing too much down the stretch either, to be honest.
The only reason why you wouldn't sit Bryce is if you were worried about him mentally being able to handle the fact of thinking that he was benched. And from everything we're told, he could handle that. So I think you got to set him down for his own protection. Because you don't want to see what happened last week become every single week. I mean, yeah, they're losing, but last week was bad, and you don't want to see. And you could get worse. He could absolutely get worse.
He could. And Zoe, for once, we agree, man. Look at that.
I would say at least 83.5%. We usually agree. Yeah.
I'm Rashad Beard of the Panther Nation podcast here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Rashad bringing in the entire PNP Army this AM. You love to see it. They
need to stop with the Jim Harbaugh thing because, it's just because I'm wearing an Ohio State jersey, I think. Or maybe you really want Harbaugh.
Honestly, at this point, would you say no? If I said right now Harbaugh's going to get suspended for a year and he comes back to the league, I'll give you a straight up trade Jim Harbaugh for Frank Reich. You taking it?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, man. I got to be honest. I got to look at that one.
All right, let's talk a little bit about this game tonight. You're coming up against the Chicago Bears team that is also very bad. Justin Fields out with a busted up thumb. They're going to run Tyson Bagent, who, by the way, last week was running everywhere on the New Orleans Saints. And the Saints have a good defense, the most opportunistic turnover defense in the league. And this dude was running up and down the field. You don't have Brian Burns tonight to kind of slow that down a little bit. We'll talk about the offense without Shenault and Chark and these other dudes in a minute. But defensively, this game feels like it's massively important, Rashad Beard. And it also feels like if you let a 5th-round draft pick come out and show you up tonight, somehow the attitude gets even worse.
Yeah, and to be honest, the defense has been, considering the circumstances, all the injuries that we've dealt with, that's the bright spot of this team. And unfortunately, no Brian Burns means that you're going to trot out a DJ Johnson who has not looked good rushing the passer. It's great against the run, but rushing the passer has not been great. No Justin Houston, so you might get Marquise Haynes Sr. back. That's a bit of a positive. He adds some speed off the edge. But yeah, it's across the board. No CJ Henderson. So now I don't know who's playing opposite of Dante Jackson.
I checked my phone. Fitty didn't call me to see if I wanted in yet.
Yeah, exactly, man. I've been training. You might throw me in there, but hopefully we get Von Bell back. So I think the defense will do enough. I don't think the Bears are going to go crazy on us, but it's going to be tough without Brian Burns for sure, and we need guys to step up.
Talk to me about the offense, because we mentioned the injury list right now offensively is bad. We know that DJ Chark is doubtful for the night. We know Chenault is already out for the night. Stephen Sullivan is out for the night. It's kind of one of those spots, like on one hand, this feels like a game that you want the offense to come out and just do something to prove that last week was really the worst we're going to see. On the flip side, 2 of your 3 starting wide receivers are down. One of your more productive tight ends is down. Dude, I don't feel great, man. I just don't.
Yeah. No, I don't either. And listen, the Bears have had 10 sacks on the season. 10 sacks on the entire season, right? Imagine what's going to happen tonight. I think they're going to have a great game. They're probably going to have like 3 or 4 sacks. We won't be able to slow them down. And I don't, again, the weapons, you like to see a guy like Terrace Marshall have a great game. But I'm not convinced, man. I think it all starts on the ground. If we can get the ground game going, I think things will open up for Bryce. But until that has yet to happen all season. So I don't expect that to happen either. I have no faith in this offense, honestly. I don't. And again, against the Bears defense is not very good. You would think last week was the time we got the train back on the tracks, especially when the Colts, their secondary was trash. Look at what they did. Three interceptions, probably the best game they've had all year. So again, I don't expect this offense to do much. I got very low expectations. Surprise me. Let's hope they surprise me, but low expectations, bro.
50 plays, 48 of them got to be runs tonight. Honestly, like you got to wear the tread off the tires tonight.
Yeah, that's the game plan. Take the ball out of Bryce's hands, set up the run. Miles had a great game, a decent game last week. Chuba's had been playing well. Get the run game going, and Bryce will get in where he fits in.
Get in where you fit in. Rashad Beard, host of the Panther Nation podcast, joins us every Thursday morning at 8:20 in the a.m. And now he can bring in the whole PNP army to hang out with us. Appreciate you, big dog. We'll see you next week, man.
All right, guys. You have a good one.
You got it. Rashad Beard. And to those of you that are joining us on the stream, you're welcome to stick around. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. We got Emily Adams talking Gamecock football when we come back here in just a minute. The final hour of the show, it's all up to you. A lot of NFL talk, a lot of college football talk. It's all coming up next on The Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Man, those of y'all from the PNP Army, I appreciate y'all coming by to talk with us with Rashad. Like I said, every Thursday morning at 8:20, he comes and talks Carolina Panther football. We love having Rashad on. And for those of y'all who want to hang around, like I said, man, you're welcome to. You can follow me on Twitter at The Rob Brown Show, at Lonzo on Word, and our station is at The Fan Upstate. Obviously, we cover Carolina. We'll be broadcasting that game tonight at thefanupstate.com or on your Alexa or Google or whatever the hell you listen to it on. But, yeah, man, we talk Panthers, we talk Tigers, we talk Hornets, we talk Hurricanes. If you're one of those 19 people in the Carolinas that care about hockey, we got it all. Marcus, appreciate that, man. Great to have you, buddy. Appreciate y'all coming by. Bold prediction, DJ Johnson has 2 sacks tonight. Bears going to have 4. Man, if they double, I mean, they end up with 4 or 5 sacks tonight. Not that the discussions about the offensive line weren't already terrible, but it'll get worse. It'll get worse quick. Talk more Carolina hockey. We do need to talk some Hurricane hockey because they got a couple of guys banged up. That's a problem. Hurricanes only sport holding Carolina down. Panthers and Hornets fans, we got to start looking at the draft soon. Yeah, Panthers fans excited about the draft, where if you lose to the Bears tonight, they get a better draft pick because of it. Exciting. All right, we got to step away for just a minute, get Emily Adams lined up. We'll be right back to talk some Carolina Gamecock football. Don't go anywhere. We're back.
Yay. Whoa. Caught a good wheel there. There's a bad spot in the new wheels and it won't move.
You got new wheels?
Yeah. There's new wheels on that chair over there too.
Oh, there sure are.
Yeah. It took Chris and I like 15 minutes per chair. Because the old ones were, let's say, impacted. Because, you know, all the sturdy weight pushing down on the, yeah, it didn't want to come loose. Let's keep that positivity going.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning.
The Rob Brown Show continues, wrapping up the third hour of the radio broadcast. Rob and Lonzo with it, and at this time on Thursdays, we take a short little trip right on down the road to Columbia, South Carolina, where we find our next guest. She is a writer for the Greenville News. She joins us every Thursday to talk Gamecock athletics. And this week, I assume we'll do so in a French accent. Hello, Emily Adams.
Hello, Rob. Unfortunately, I think I'm all out of French accent.
Fair enough. I do have one very genuine question. What's the best thing you ate in Paris, France?
Gosh, I mean, I don't even know where to begin. I think the winner, though, was I had a creme brulee on Sunday night that was easily top 3 desserts I've ever had.
Love it. Love it. How was the trip? Because I watched the game, which, yes, to more afternoon college basketball, please and thank you. But the Gamecocks, obviously, the Lady Gamecock basketball team under Don Staley, rolling out effectively a brand new lineup. And some of these girls had some moments in this game. What was the atmosphere at the game, and how impressed were you by the debut of the 2023 Gamecock basketball program?
Yeah, it was super cool. There were, frankly, the turnout was a lot better than I expected it to be for a game that was literally across the ocean. It felt like a full, loud arena. The energy was really good. So that was super cool to see, to just be, fully in a different country and have that vibe still be there. But yeah, I thought they looked great. I was, again, really surprised by how well they came out. You expect there to obviously be some growing pains, and I'm sure, this team will lose games at some point this year, but, to come out and make a statement the way they did against a top 10 ranked team, no one on the roster has ever started a game at South Carolina except for Raven Johnson, who started 3 last year. So yeah, I mean, they are clearly not picking up far behind where they left off.
We are talking with Emily Adams. She covers the Gamecocks athletic department for the Greenville News. All right, let's shift it over, Emily, to the football program. And let me give you the discussion we've been having all week on the show. I have had to preface it every time with, I like Shane Beamer as a guy. I like him a lot as a person. I mean, I like him a lot as a coach, but he kind of wrinkled some folks' hind parts a little bit when he said, there's going to be some miserable people that are wondering why you're celebrating a 10-point win over Jacksonville State, which I have to point out, Emily, without Stone Blanton's pick 6 at the end of the game, was a single play away from potentially being an L to the other Gamecocks. What has been the tone around this program coming off of that win over a first-year FBS program with Vanderbilt staring down the barrel?
Yeah, it was interesting to watch that game back, having already seen the reactions afterwards. And, I get where Shane's coming from, obviously. I think, this is a team that really needed a win, had been through a really rough stretch, not just with the losses, but with the injuries. You could feel a sort of demoralization. And so I think to win, no matter what, to win in kind of that flashy way with the pick 6, that mattered to them. And I think they needed that to be a happy moment. But, it also is sort of a defensiveness with Shane, especially, that I think gets him in trouble at times. We saw it last year after, the Vanderbilt game when Marshawn Lloyd had been hurt, where, we got the sort of infamous find some joy quote now. And, again, I get it as a coach, you're trying to protect your players. You're trying to let them have joy. But I think the way that he communicates that could be done with a little more tact, I should say.
Thank you. I just thank you. Thank you for saying that. You've made me feel better about my life already. Emily Adams from the Greenville News joining us here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. So I put up a couple of videos, Emily, and in one of them I said, this to me is remarkably similar to the discussion that's been going on around Dabo Swinney the last couple of weeks. It is not the results or the scores or the games or anything that had folks heated with Dabo nor Shane. It is the tone of voice that they deliver their comments back to fans, as if it's not okay for those fans to have higher expectations than to not be in a 4-quarter knockdown drag-out game against Jacksonville State or NC State or Georgia Tech or Vanderbilt or whoever. And my thought, Emily, was the expectations are higher now, not just because you're in year 3, not just because of how you ended last year, but because of the things that you, Dabo Swinney, have said over the years, the best is the standard, because of the things that you, Shane Beamer, have said about South Carolina stepping into prominence in the division, in the conference, nationally, etc. I don't think it's unfair of fans to have higher expectations for these programs. And the way that came across to me was, hey, stop having higher expectations and just enjoy week by week wins. And that's not the attitude of a team on the rise, which I believe the Gamecocks are and should be.
Yeah, and I think, Shane did a better job of sort of addressing that on Tuesday. I thought I gave a pretty good answer in his press conference, just sort of talking about, why he approached it the way that he did, and sort of acknowledging that fans have a right to be upset because the expectations were so high coming into this season. I think it's, just internally, you're at the point where you have to take it one game at a time, I think. And that's, the internal perspective is so different from the experience that fans are having, because, they still have to go out and play those games and, believe that they can, win out here and try to make a bowl game and things like that. And so, from the coaching perspective, I think that is not a bad message to have. But it's just not an effective message in winning love from a fan base that doesn't want to lose.
Emily Adams from the Greenville News here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Let's turn our attention, Emily, to the Vanderbilt game. Obviously, every game, if you're only talking about bowl eligibility, is a must-win for the Gamecocks. This one, Kentucky next week, Clemson to wrap up the season. But on top of that, this feels like a must-win game to me, because of the reaction to the Jacksonville State game. Even with the injuries, even with all the off-the-field stuff that's been going on that has made this a very difficult season for the Gamecocks, beating Vanderbilt must stay as an annual expectation for this football team, regardless of the situation they're in. This game, to me, carries a lot of weight for Shane Beamer personally as a coach, but also for this team as a program. How do you see this team? How do you see this game from the perspective of a Gamecock fan as an overall referendum on the program?
Yeah, I mean, you can't lose to Vanderbilt. I think that is for pretty much any SEC team, that's kind of a general rule of thumb, is don't lose to Vanderbilt. It's, for most teams, it's the only sort of gimme on the SEC schedule that you get a lot of the time. And especially in a year when Vanderbilt has looked, last year Vanderbilt was kind of on the come up. They, had those big wins at the end of the year. And that has not carried over into this year. It has not seemed like, they've really, really struggled through, they had a tough stretch of schedule there with Florida, Georgia, and Ole Miss all in a row. But, you cannot have Vanderbilt come into your home stadium in, a win or you can't make a bowl game scenario and lose. I think that would be the absolute worst case scenario for them at this point.
What does this game shape up like on the field? Obviously, we are keeping an eye on the injury situation because it's gotten real bad over the past couple of weeks. You're hoping that this team from this point forward will start to get progressively healthier as you get towards the what I think is a rivalry game with Kentucky now, Clemson at the end of the year. This one feels like the one that is the last chance at a get-right game for the Gamecocks. What is the game plan for Shane's boys this weekend?
Yeah, I think that's right. And Vanderbilt's sort of interesting just in that, their offense is sort of unpredictable with this weird, 3 quarterback rotation that they're running now. They have not been good at all on defense, which I think is a good sign for South Carolina. If the defense is struggling on their side, I think this is a game where they can pretty easily just kind of put up more points than the opponent. And you don't want to necessarily win that way after Jacksonville State, but it would not surprise me to see this become sort of a high scoring shootout of sorts. Vanderbilt punter has had a great year. So that
gets a lot of practice, Emily.
To watch. He sure does. But with how Kai Kroger has struggled, I think that becomes, some special teams questions start to come up. So I think it might be more competitive than necessarily it looks on paper. And I think the betting line reflects that. They were saying I think it's the closest spread they've had at home against Vanderbilt in quite some time. So yeah, I think it's an interesting matchup to say the least. I just don't, it would really surprise me if they couldn't finish this and come out with a win.
All right, last one, and then we'll let you go, Emily. We talked earlier in the show about Juice Wells, and we know he has been kind of listed as week to week for a lot of week to weeks now. We know Shane Beamer has repeatedly teased that there is a chance he could return to the end of the year. There's a lot of speculation on Twitter right now that he may be saving himself for the ability to play in one more and keep the red shirt. There is the discussion that he may have already decided to shut it down and go to the league, but there are NIL deals contingent on him remaining a member of the program, etc. I'm not asking you to speculate or take stabs in the dark here, but is there any information floating around about Antoine Juice Wells that might give us a signal he might make himself available for this weekend, Kentucky, or at very least Clemson at the end of the year? Or is it pretty much a wrap on the season for him? Do we have any indication?
Yeah, I don't have anything, frankly, super decisive beyond the sort of just rumors that are out there. I think, it seems like the biggest thing is that there is a level of uncertainty within the team, within the program. Shane has said a lot of times they'll put him back out there when he feels ready and they feel he's ready. And it clearly they have not gotten to that point. For him, I just don't see the point of trying to come back now and burning the red shirt if he wants to have the option to come back. You never know how the NFL draft process is going to be affected by, a long-term injury like this. And so, yeah, I think, for him to make the best decision for himself, I just can't imagine he would play more than one more game. And, again, especially in a situation where they may not necessarily, need him. You're going to go 6-6 at best. That's not, necessarily a record that you sacrifice your health for potentially. So yeah, I would be surprised if we see him again. That's purely just my opinion. And I think if we do, it will not be until the Clemson game, because it will be for that 6th win.
Emily Adams from the Greenville News joins us every Thursday at 8:40 to talk Gamecock football and basketball and soccer and whatever else the folks in Columbia are talking about it. You can follow her on Twitter at EAAdams6. Emily, you are the best. We will talk to you next week, ma'am.
Pleasure as always. Thanks for having me.
You got it. Emily Adams here on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. We got to run to our top of the hour break, but not before Lonzo enlightens, entertains, educates, enthralls, exhilarates you. And that's all the E words I can think of with this Sports Flash.
Excellent intro there, Rob.
Wow, you had another E word.
Look out. The 1-7 Carolina Panthers are on the road in Chicago tonight to take on the 2-7 Chicago Bears. Quarterback Justin Fields has been ruled out with a thumb injury, and rookie Tyson Bagent will get the start for Carolina. Linebacker Brian Burns and cornerback C.J. Henderson are out, along with wide receiver Laviska Shenault, tight end Stephen Sullivan, and wide receiver DJ Chark. Safety Xavier Woods is questionable. A must-win game for the Hornets went south with a 132-116 loss to Washington last night. Kyle Kuzma scored 33 for the Wizards, while LaMelo Ball put down 34 for Charlotte. 3 Wizards scored double digits off the bench, while no Hornets scored more than 9 in reserve play. Tune in Friday at 7 p.m. as the Burns Rebels take on the Hillcrest Rams in the second round of the high school football playoffs right here on the Fan Upstate. No, he's not, James. He's not. Why would they kill the momentum that they have right now by bringing that guy in? He is the guy, whether it's his fault or not, I don't know because I don't know him, but I've heard tell from people who've actually interviewed him here in this building that he's not really that good of a dude. He's the guy everyone wants to fight, and maybe everyone wants to fight that guy because he makes them want to. There are still some people out there who love CM Punk and want to throw him in everywhere. Is he the guy? Is he one of the guys underneath the black costume? Is he going to show up in WWE? They just said something. That's a CM Punk reference. Who are these people who are still pro CM Punk?
There's a lot of them. It's shocking, to be honest with you.
If you burn too many bridges, you end up in an island alone. Now, if Vince was still in charge, maybe he comes back, but he's not. And also rumors, but from everything that I've been reading, is that the people on the board don't want Vince on the board anymore because it's a bad look for the company. Whether that's accurate reporting or speculating, it's true.
That was an egregious amount of E-words. Well, I was very energetic in my endeavor and had an epiphany. And now I'm out of E-words. Well, that didn't look great. Just people.
The one time I forget to say that the game's on tonight
is the what? Okay.
I chose to promote the high school playoff game instead.
I, for one, endorse
that
endeavor.
I chose to promote a winning team over one that is not winning. I chose to promote a team. Whatever, dude. By the way, I had just settled down from all that stuff from earlier, and now this. So you'll get another hour of me making mistakes and being inattentive and being surly, probably. I apologize. It's not my fault. Now we'll see if I get in trouble for not answering the text, because I'm not. That's because our truth is awesome, James.
Outstanding work there, Joey B. I was going to say excellent work, but Lonzo used excellent to introduce the Flash.
which apparently was not excellent. So
It was
I mean,
excruciating.
yes.
The
You can blame that one on me.
I'm at 6 this week.
You can blame that one on me because I'm being frustrated in the room and it's permeating throughout. I apologize.
The eagerness with which our executive producer Lonzo earnestly executed that sports endeavor was amazing. I'm out. I'm done.
Then I was eviscerated by a text.
By an electronic message. There it was. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final hour of the Rob Brown Show goes now. This is the Fan Upstate. We want to thank Rashad Beard for coming by in the last hour, as well as the PNP Army. I want to thank Emily Adams. Emily was right there from the Greenville News to talk Gamecock football with us. We have talked Carolina Panthers. Remember, the Panthers on air tonight, right here on the Fan Upstate as they travel to the Windy City.
Right here on the Fan Upstate.
Where particularly?
Tonight.
When particularly?
7:30. Tune in at 7:30.
As the Carolina Panthers are on the road at the Chicago Bears. 3 combined wins between 2 NFL football franchises. Tonight, somebody.
We got to
gets the
heavily
4th.
promote a team that's won one game tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am telling you how excited I am about the 2024 Carolina Panthers.
Dude, you know, you're just making it worse on me.
Very excited.
So we should probably stop.
Very excited.
That was 8 seconds of talking about football now. So there's that.
All right. So what team, in a question that I hate for radio, and there's a reason I'm bringing it up, what team hath more pressure thrusted upon it this weekend, the Clemson Tigers or the Carolina Gamecocks? Which of those teams is a dub more important for this weekend? You're going to hear that question asked at some point over the next 2 days.
It sounds like a 3 o'clock question. There's more pressure on Clemson because of expectations.
There is.
Even though those should definitely be tempered by this point, but there's some guy with Clemson on the front of his name.
Clemson?
There's some guy with Clemson on the front of his name out there going, if this team loses and this team loses and we win out, we still going to the championship. Boo.
The answer is neither one of these two teams has more pressure on them to win. They are both, in my opinion, under an enormous. See what I did there?
Yeah, I do. You're going to get to certain E words, and I'm going to speculate on whether they actually start with an E or not. So I don't know.
An enormous amount of escalating pressure to experience excellence this weekend.
You definitely are elevating your E game.
It is a hell of an effort. No, sincerely, they are both under the same amount of pressure, which is a lot. Okay? A lot. Because both of them are playing teams that are the supposed to be easy dub on the schedule. Now, I will say this. Georgia Tech's better than Vanderbilt. That's not a question, that's a statement. Georgia Tech is more likely to beat Clemson than Vanderbilt is to beat South Carolina just on paper. Just on paper. But I don't think either one of these two teams has an easy out. They both have pressure on them to get the dub. Clemson has pressure on them to beat Georgia Tech, not just because it's Georgia Tech. And despite the fact that some of y'all did not listen to me when I told you at the beginning of the year that Georgia Tech is no longer the easy out that it used to be, they are still Georgia Tech. And the problem or the issue that Clemson faces is the national perspective about this football program. It is the national perspective that the mojo is missing. The gree-gree is gone. The voodoo is vamoose. Alliteration for the win. And the problem you have is if that national perspective disappears from your program, recruiting gets real difficult real quick. That's the big problem you're going to bump into. When your program is considered on the mountaintop, Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State, Michigan, when your program is considered to be on the top of the hill in college football, recruiting almost becomes pick the guys you want, right? It is why if you go look, I've been told before, Rob, look at recruiting rankings. If you have a top X class, you almost inevitably will be in conference championship conversations. And I agree that that is true, but I think that is a two-way street. I think the inverse of that is true as well. If you are in conference championship conversations, your recruiting benefits from that, right? I think that flows two ways. I think a lot of college football people think it flows one way. If you recruit well, you win. And that is true. But I think if you win, it helps you recruit well. And so if you are Clemson right now, at a point in time where as I've told you since I moved here 4 years ago, and I don't think I'm trying to break anybody's you-know-what's right now. When I moved here 4 years ago, I told you, outside of this area, there's not a super positive view of the Clemson program. It has always been mocking Dabo for being a little hokey, for leaning on the "oh, woe is us, poor little Clemson" routine. And you've been fighting that narrative, whether you know it or not, nationally, for like a very long time. Like a very long time. And the problem is that doesn't go away once you start losing, right? I was a Saints fan my whole life. For years, the New Orleans Saints were the lovable losers of the National Football League. We had people who rooted for us in games against the Titans of the NFL because we were just the pathetic underdogs for the overwhelming majority of my adult life. And then the Saints caught Lombardi #1. And even though there has only been one Lombardi in New Orleans, we ain't that same team anymore. Now people like to throw us under the bus with everybody else because what? We're not the lovable losers anymore. We've got one, which is more than the Atlanta Falcons. So, with that being said, Clemson they're not going to go 6-6, but Clemson going 6-6 is not something that everybody suddenly turns the narrative and they start looking at this team and going, hey, I feel bad for them now. No. If there's something college football fans love to do, great one, it's kick them when they down.
I think that's everybody in general.
Oh, it 100% is.
Yeah.
But I think the emotions are effervescent in college football. Bang, twofer. There's a lot of pressure on this team to win. Because after you beat Notre Dame, if you turn around, and when I say win, I don't mean win like 21-20. I mean to kick the ever-loving out of Georgia Tech. I mean wreck the wreck. Because if you do, the week after knocking off Notre Dame, if you do, then there's an opportunity for you. The opportunity is to then go do it to North Carolina next week and then do it to South Carolina at the end of the year. And if you can do that, now you can go, look, we had some issues at the beginning of the year that caused some oopsies for us, but they were, Lonzo.
You mean fumbles?
Errors.
Errors. They were errors.
There you go. Yeah. There you go. They were errors.
Wins were elusive earlier on, but
there it is.
But now you're starting to find them.
you can chalk this year up as a fluke. You can go, look, we're still Clemson. We had a fluke. Everybody's got a fluke. Nick Saban's had flukes. It was a fluke. And now we're going to unfluke ourselves. We're going to point this thing back in the right direction because not only did we knock off Notre Dame, an upset win, but then we turned around and we wrecked the Ramblin' Wreck. And then we took Drake May out. And then we knocked off South Carolina because that's the hierarchy, right? That's the order of operations that is correct for this team. Now you can go, it was a fluke, and you can go talk to that 5-star linebacker and go, hey, with you in the fold, 2 of those losses are gone. You can go talk to that stellar wide receiver and go, imagine what Cade can do with you as WR1 on the outside, you stud. And it'll work. But I feel like South Carolina's got just as much pressure, albeit for different reasons. For different reasons. I probably feel differently about this if it wasn't for, and I know some of you disagree, and that's fine. That's what radio's for. I probably feel differently about this if that, I mean, honestly, like 2 throwaway lines from Shane Beamer in a press conference, right? If he just doesn't say those 3 sentences, whatever it was, I'm looking at it and going, all right, you can chalk it up to injuries. You can chalk it up to a bunch of different things and go, yeah, we didn't accomplish what we wanted to accomplish, but it is what it is. Let's give this thing a ride, right? Bowl eligibility at this point would be an accomplishment for South Carolina. Because the last 2 games of the season, while not as difficult as the last 2 games of last season, Tennessee and Clemson, Kentucky, remember, is not only a decent, not great, but decent ball club, but there's that rivalry because old Mark Stoops, he doesn't like fun sunglasses and dancing. He's made that very clear. And because of the strays that he and Shano were throwing at each other last year, this to me, am I wrong for saying Kentucky, South Carolina is kind of like a second level, like a second tier rivalry? Is it just me that's like trying to make it one? I'm fine if so.
I mean, for 1 year, yes. I don't know.
No Moss?
I think it's got to be go on for a decade before it's a rivalry.
If they're both there for a decade.
You won't be dancing like that when you go see Alabama.
Nope. I might. We'll see. So the
You get thrown out of there for that there, feller.
Gonna play in Texas. Gotta have a fiddle in the okay. So whether it's a rivalry or not, Kentucky's not a bad little football program under Mark Stoops. And then you got Dabo at the end of the year.
You need to be more concerned about the fact that Kentucky's going to want revenge for last year.
100%.
And whether it's a rivalry or not, Kentucky is going to play this game very, very
100%.
serious.
They want to get you for what you did last year. Going into their house and beating them, they want to get even, without a doubt. But
on Kentucky's sheet, this is an easy win for them. When you're going through, if you're a Kentucky fan and you're going through, okay, this is a win, this is a win, this is a win, they're marking this off as a win.
I'm sure that they are. I have no doubt. Even without Will Levis, they're marking this off as a dub for sure. I agree with that. In order for that game to get any attention paid to it, you have to win this weekend against Vanderbilt. Here's the other part. It's the flip side of that same coin. Nobody is going to care about the injuries if you lose to Vanderbilt. Nobody's going to care about the injuries. Nobody's going to care about anything. If you lose to Vanderbilt, do you know what happens to you? You are laughed at for a year. You can beat Kentucky and Clemson, and you might turn around this offseason and go, hey, we knocked off the rivals. Wasn't that fun? 2 in a row. And that'd be great. And everybody else in the Southeastern Conference is going to hit you guys with, yeah, but you lost to Vanderbilt. You lost to the nerds. You lost to the dorks. You lost to the weirdos. You got to live with that. Forget everything else that happened. Forget not being bowl eligible. Forget all that. If you lose to Vanderbilt, that's all you're going to hear about. And I promise you, just like we talked about with Dabo and the Tigers, the opportunity to kind of revamp the recruiting image during this offseason, if you lose to Vandy and don't go bowl eligible this year, good luck revamping that image before next year. I will say this. I've already kind of hit the point where I feel like we're going to dance our butts off in the locker room stuff has kind of got to get put away for a little while until you're a good football program again. If you lose to Vandy, the funny shades and the dancing on and the Twitter skits and all that, they got to go. You have got to dial in because rescuing that image is going to be wildly difficult. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Thursday, and you know what that means. Coming up next, the great one himself guides us effortlessly through the world of combat sports. It will be extreme.
That was an erroneous report. It's not going to be effortless.
It'll be easy and excellent and efficient. And now I'm just saying words that don't mean anything. Fight Club's next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Be me yelling for 10 minutes, knowing what it's probably going to happen when I get off the air.
30 seconds, dudes. Very good, James. Very nice. Very nice. And yes, I am looking forward to that tonight. Going to be an absolute banger. Cannot wait. I feel like Alabama's at the point in their career where it really should just be a greatest hits concert.
Well, how could it not be? Have they had anything new in a while? I don't know. Obviously not a country guy, so I wouldn't know, but.
Starting yesterday, Wendy's will be giving away free chicken nuggets with any purchase every Wednesday. Including, by the way, the best chicken nuggets in the game, the spicy chicken nuggets from Wendy's.
Of course, this is an effort to get people to realize how good their nuggets are, not because they have a surplus because no one's buying them. I mean, you can look at it a couple of different ways.
You can. All I know is a free 6 or a spicy nuggets will get me to a Wendy's on Wednesdays.
Can you eat a spicy chicken sandwich and spicy nugs?
Yeah, I like their spicy chicken. I do.
So do I. That's
their
why
spicy chicken is good. As fast food nuggets goes, Wendy's has the market cornered with the spicies.
No, it was not. It was just he was sharing the love that he has.
Yeah, no, it's every Wednesday for the rest of the year, Zach, which is only like 6 of them, but I'm in. Why is the skeleton hat $45 seems excessive? Keegan, because clowns like you and I will buy it. That's why. I have not bought an NBA jersey in probably 8 years, and I will be buying the New Orleans Pelicans City Connect gear. All of it. All of it. Nickelodeon gave Josh Dobbs their MVP award, their Nick Valuable Player. And his inclusion or his acceptance speech to his team included, quote, "I promise by the end of the week, I will know everyone's name." I like this guy. Lean into the joke, my guy. University of Michigan law professor Daniel Crane argued in the Yale Journal of Regulation that NCAA bylaws prohibiting advanced scouting violate antitrust law. This is the greatest dumb story of my life. We now have law professors going into the Yale Journal of Legislation,
doing whatever they can to stop their team
Anything.
from,
It's so much fun, man.
the desperation it's hilarious.
So much fun. He said in the Yale Journal, before turning to the antitrust issues raised by enforcement of that rule, let me make it clear that, although I am employed by the University of Michigan, I do not represent it. These comments are solely my personal opinion. Further, although I don't want Michigan to be penalized, I also would not want the Maize and Blue or anyone else to get away with cheating. Fair is fair, foul is foul. If you refer to Michigan as the Maize and Blue, you're a Michigan fan or making fun of them. There is no exception.
I agree.
Lonzo has never said Maize and Blue without mocking it. It's not possible.
Yeah. There are a few things I can't say without mocking. I can't help it. This segment and the last segment dedicated to one of the best wrestlers of all time, Big E.
Big meaty man slapping meat.
And because E, it was all the
I'm in.
E's. Okay, all right, okay, because it sounded like you did. But I got all this stuff that I want to talk about. But one of the biggest things that happened yesterday, in an effort to further cement themselves as a network that's all about sports, the CW is now your home of NXT.
Is that official?
I sent you that thing. You just didn't.
I didn't see it.
I'm pretty sure I sent it to you on Twitter
I
yesterday.
don't think you did.
Oh, you're right, because I sent it on X.
Formerly known as Twitter.
Yeah. So the NXT October 2024 will be on CW. This is a really big deal for NXT because there are some people out there who don't have cable, and they have CW.
Also, the CW very quickly becoming the destination for sports.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
I mean, not only can you watch your Clemson Tigers there, you can watch Tiffany Stratton. So, I mean, there's that. I mean,
And I will.
Yes. All right. I have a big question, and I mean, we're going to talk about a lot of stuff that happened this week if we have time. Who's the better champion right now, Roman Reigns or MJF?
Who's the better champion, Roman Reigns or MJF? I think you have to say MJF right now. MJF is not single-handedly. MJF is carrying like 4 different active feuds, and I'm invested in all of them. Roman is and I will stand on this, Roman's a great champion. Because to me, a great champion is not only somebody who's entertaining, and I was disappointed with the bout at Crown Jewel. I was, because I thought you got to come up with a more creative way to end this fight.
Yeah, a lot of people upset about
Yeah,
that.
100%. And I have defended everything in the Bloodline story, but how many times have I said the Bloodline story is not about Roman? It hasn't been about Roman for about a year and a half now. It is about the Usos and all these, Cody and Sammy, all these other guys. And Roman's just the facilitator of that conversation. He's the final boss, and I'm here for that. But MJF is carrying like 4 different feuds, and I'm invested in all of them. Scissor me.
Yeah, I completely agree that MJF is the better champion because he's the more visible champion, and he's wrestling a bunch, including on pay-per-views, because they're still doing pay-per-views. He's wrestling twice on pay-per-views, and the next one, which I think is next week, which is All In, or it's very soon, he'll be wrestling twice again because he's defending single-handedly. He'll probably get a partner this time, his ROH tag team titles, and then defending the belt that he holds but doesn't hold, the championship belt.
Yeah.
So he starts the show and ends the show.
He starts the show and ends the show in 2 different stories.
Right.
Like,
right.
It's the fact that and honestly, here's the best part. He's got something working with, it ended last week, but he had something working with Omega. He has something working with the Acclaim, so he can do a comedy angle. He's got something working with Switchblade, so he can do like a very serious angle to that. All on top of having multiple, as a real fighting organization
throw in the Roddy stuff. That's also
100%.
an angle. Yeah.
He's got multiple comedy angles, multiple serious angles, and on top of that, and this is one spot that I do think AEW, although it is getting stretched thin a bit, does a better job, which is the realistic thought of, if you are the champion in an organization that is in kayfabe based around winning a belt, it makes sense that there would be multiple people coming at you multiple times to take that thing off of you, as opposed to one guy for a year and a half, right? Like, it just makes sense that there would be multiple people trying to be a contender and take your belt. That is one spot. There's a lot of arguments right now that I'm here for, that AEW is overextending itself. That's not one of them.
I would quote Ric Flair here, but I don't want to be involved in the Michigan scandal, so I will not do that. Let me say, if you want some, come get some. We'll go with that. That's a different person, and that's what MJF seems to be doing and what AEW seems to be doing. And I'm still going to harken back to I've said this before. I think he's getting all this airtime because they're trying to keep him, because the bidding war is a month away. If it's real.
I'm going to play the role of Lonzo and go, that's a full work. And I think that for solely the reason.
It's a good work, bro.
It's a great work. I do that solely for the reason that, and this is somebody who paid good money to go see Monday Night Raw. I will be there whenever the next time SmackDown rolls in town. If NXT goes on the road, I'll pay for that too. As somebody who is absolutely a fan of both companies, MJF cannot work in WWE. Can't work. Can't work if the threat of him dropping a couple of F-bombs every now and then into the mic isn't there. It doesn't work.
I'm going to disagree with you, and here's the reason why. Because there's no guarantee. You don't know what network they're going to be on next year. I'm talking about Raw and SmackDown. Although didn't SmackDown just go so? Anyway, we don't know where Raw is going to be. And so he could be on a network where they don't care. And with Triple H, if Triple H truly is in charge like we believe he is, I don't think he's completely opposed to that sort of attitude, having had that attitude himself before. And I get it was a different era, but still. And MJF has toned down a ton. When he made the babyface turn, he is not cursing nearly as much. I think he has proven that he could go somewhere else and curve the language.
See, I agree with you, but I think it is more in line with I think it's more in line with me, in that I might do it a time or two a show, but when I do, it's to emphasize a point. Because if I come in here and drop radio-friendly bad words every single segment, it just becomes what the show is, versus if I wait until I am truly agitated or energetic about a point, and you go, oh, Rob's being serious right now. It's the wrestling version of that. Me and MJF are basically the same person.
Yeah, I've often thought that you guys were the same. I've never seen you in the same room at the same time. So there's that. Who's the best stable?
That's not true. Yes, you have.
I know it was a joke.
Okay.
It was a joke.
I was like, wait.
Yeah.
It's happened twice.
Who's the best stable in all of wrestling? I know I'm asking these questions, but these are just the things that have popped into my head
I'm
today.
for it.
Is it Alpha Academy? Is it the Golden Gun Club? Is it Judgment Day? Is it your favorite group, Metaphor? I mean,
Not favorite group,
is
but
it?
damn sure favorite entrance in the game.
Yeah,
Their entrance is dope.
It is a great entrance.
It's hard.
So, you know what I wish I could put in here? I really wish I could put in House of Black because they should be.
That would be my answer.
Yeah,
That
but
would be my answer.
when's the last time you saw that?
Well, I think they're like very bang. Like I know Aleister Black is banged. Sorry, Malachi is banged up. I think Brody was banged up for a minute. I'll tell you, as a side quest on this particular
Julia
topic,
was on again last night
and doing a great job.
Yeah, she is. She
has
absolutely
won
is.
me over. When she moved over, I was like, I don't know if she can carry this, and
She
is.
she had a birthday. She's now 22.
Good on her. She's doing a great job. House of Black is the correct answer. Most impactful right now, without a doubt, is obviously Judgment Day. They're also, just like MJF, involved in like 6 different stories, and they all are coherent, make sense, and have motivation behind them. But bang, bang, gang.
Yeah, that's probably my favorite out of all of them. I do like what they're doing in Alpha Academy right now also.
So do I.
Yeah, I mean they're more comedy, but still at the same time, you don't want to wrestle Otis when he's serious. James on the stream says MJF will just get lost on NXT like Lexis King.
MJF does not go
But,
to NXT.
yeah, he does not. He goes straight to the main roster.
Straight to the main event
Yeah,
of the main roster.
yeah, he absolutely does. And I would tell you, Lexis King, that's where he belongs because he was underdeveloped in AEW. I don't think they really knew what to do with him when he was in the Varsity Blondes. I think the angle they're going with, and he right away is in a major angle on NXT. So
I am going to
and
say,
he needs to be a better wrestler. He wasn't that good of a wrestler in AEW.
I am going to say, first off, Joseph Bright saying MJF in a Brian Pillman Jr. comparison is criminal, and I agree. Here's the thing. I am for the concept and the character of what they're doing with him as Lexis King, and am completely, entirely, and thoroughly underwhelmed by the delivery of him as the character. The first promo he cut on NXT, I was like, I just went from caring a lot to not caring at all.
I think he got better on the next one.
Hope so.
He's getting better. He's learning how to do that part because in AEW, I don't think they developed that part as much. The wrestling is great for the most part, but I don't think they developed the character part as well as WWE does. And some people just can't act. And that's
what I'm afraid of.
Yeah, there may be no fixing that.
I'm very afraid that he just can't act.
All right. So I don't know if you watched it last night or not, but the plot thickens on who's in the black and the devil mask, because last night they made an appearance again, and this time the Golden Gun Club was out there. So that eliminates them as being the group that did it. They jumped the Acclaimed and threw Anthony Bowens through some glass, and immediately that's a CM Punk reference. They threw him through glass. So anyone who goes through glass, it's a CM Punk reference. So anyway, they were attacked last night. There were 4 that attacked the Acclaimed and Billy. And then the person in the devil mask was separate, making you think there were 5, which, who do you think it is? We saw a little bit better shot at the build. People were getting mad thinking it's going to be Jack Perry, and we'll ride if it's Jack Perry. No, you won't. Shut up. Quit throwing those stuff up there. You'll just keep watching. I really think it's Roddy and those guys, and I do think the person in the devil mask, I didn't before. I think it's Britt Baker. I do.
It's Britt Baker.
They brought me around to it being Britt Baker. Okay. They've had some people really watching mannerisms and saying that her mannerisms and the mannerisms of the person in the mask are the same. And this time, they didn't show full body of the person in the mask, so because people are looking for that now. But the other guys they showed. And I think it's Roddy and those guys. And there's a 4th person. It could be Jack. It could. I don't think that well, we know that Adam is really hurt.
You know who I really want it to be?
Who is that?
More than anybody else? MJF. Why would I want it to be
Yeah,
anybody? But I know it's not. But do you understand how much I would lose my mind if this whole time it's just MJF continuing to be a scumbag?
All right, that's fine. I mean, he could have orchestrated, but he was in the ring when this happened.
I know.
Yeah, so I
know.
mean,
And then you get him, I pulled a string, I paid somebody.
and then
to
he
do it
ran
to
back
throw you
there,
off.
and he
Oh,
was
yeah.
all upset because his boys were his reluctant boys were thrown around. It's got to be Adam and those guys. It's got to be. I don't. And who knows? Maybe it's Swerve. I mean, Swerve's got a bunch of guys, and maybe it's him.
I don't know.
Or what if it was, and it can't be because Samoa Joe would not fit in that stuff. What if it's everybody who wants the belt? All these people, and they just throw them all out there. It's Wardlow and it's Samoa Joe. It's all those guys.
The only thing that would be better is if it was like very clearly a different person every week,
Yeah.
Just every week. One time I want it to be somebody that you're like, that's obviously Joe.
Yeah.
Obviously. Yeah. And then they just play it off as, no, it's not. What are you talking about? It's not Joe. Joe was in England last. You know what I mean? Like, give me something hilarious. I love stupid wrestling. It's the best.
All right.
It is the best.
One last thing before we go to break. Keith Lee versus Samoa Joe last night was a good match, but something bothered me about this. So, and you're probably about to be spoiled. All right. So Samoa Joe wins the match. After it's over, he abdicates the belt. He says he's no longer the TV champion. All right. From a writing standpoint, how does that make sense? So he can go out not having been beat for the belt. Why not just give it to Keith Lee? I don't get why you do that.
You mean like lay down so that he
no.
Beat?
He said he's no longer the TV champion. He put the belt in the middle of the ring because he's pursuing the and by the way, at the end of when MJF got to the back where the Acclaim was beat up, Joe just showed up and was laughing at MJF. But Joe is no longer the ROH TV champion, which I don't know what that meant anyway. But why not just have him lose to Keith Lee?
Because
are we going WWE tournament time?
I mean, you might go that direction. Again, I think this is kind of one of those times where it's like, don't jump the gun, let the story play out. I've been saying this about Roman for a while. Like, don't let the story go. Wait until the end of the story to decide that it's a story.
Good point, Seth.
Like.
It could be Ricky Stark. There's definitely a Ricky Stark build.
I would argue here that having Joe do that not only sets up the opportunity to make new feuds based around that belt, because that is one problem they have is they ride feuds too long in AEW that don't make sense to keep them going. But turning Samoa Joe loose as a beat everybody up and leave machine who does not have any obligations other than to himself.
True.
That's the Samoa Joe I'm looking for.
By the way, don't forget, CW is your home of the NXT and your Clemson Tigers.
Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
It's funny, James, from a guy who just like dodged wrestling when he was a heel, but he becomes a babyface and now he has to work in like every other segment.
LOL wrestling is the best wrestling. Could not agree more. All day, every day, baby, because I'm a thug. Somebody was bumping some hardcore G-rap in the bathroom.
Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. Every branch working together. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like Certainty Landmark Pro, right at my fingertips. And now through November, purchase Certainty with Beacon Pro Plus, Weber app, and earn up to $750. Beacon, always building.
Let's head out. The theater's about to close. Wait, what does that sign say? Warning, watch your step. No, next to it. If you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of serious consequences from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60. I didn't know that. Not all dangers come from warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. RSV vaccines, including Pfizer's, are available. Learn more at bewareRSV.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
From the Ingles Market Studio,
Our state, 97.7 FM Greenville. 94.1 FM
Wrapping up yet another rousing edition of the Rob Brown Show right here on the Fan of Say. Rob Alonzo with you. Carolina v. Chicago this evening. A little Thursday night football game you can hear right here on the Fan Upstate. I have told you, I have said, I will continue to say this game is not a must win for Carolina. It is a must get better for Carolina. The problem is, much like the Gamecocks of South Carolina, the injury list is ridiculous. It is exhausting, if I may. There are two of your starting three wide receivers out. Chenault and Chark are both out. It means TMJ is going to have to play a bigger role. Steven Sullivan, who has been one of your more productive tight ends, is out. You're going to have to lean on Tommy Tremble a lot more than you have been in the past. It's going to be a rough evening. And I have said a couple of times, and Lonzo and I have come to an understanding, if not an agreement on this. There are 0 must-win games on the schedule for the Panthers. There are, to me, only must-get-better games ahead of them on the schedule. This is one of them. This is a Chicago team that is not good. It is a Chicago team that is not good without their QB1. Tyson Bagent's going to go out there. I'm going to go ahead and mentally prepare you for something that is going to frustrate the pants off of some of you Panthers fans. Bagent can run surprisingly well. Elusive is a word that I would describe him as we continue our effervescent run of E-words here on the show for no reason other than it makes me laugh on the inside. He can run. If your defense does not lock down the pocket and keep him in it, if he escapes the boundary and he gets free on the outside, he will take off and he will do damage. The only reason that the Bears were in a game with the Saints last weekend is Tyson Bagent running the football. If he doesn't have that elusiveness to the outside, the escapability that he has, that's not a game. Instead, it was a game the Bears were in despite turning the ball over not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 times in that game. DJ Moore had a fumble. Bagent had a fumble and 3 picks. If you can create turnovers defensively, you've got a chance. If you can create turnovers, you've got a chance. The problem is you're in a spot where your turnover machines are out. CJ Henderson is out. Like Rashad Beard said earlier in the show, I won't be shocked if I get a phone call after the show from Fitterer going, can you fly up to Chicago and play corner? Because I don't know who's going to. I wouldn't be surprised if you end up seeing Carolina have to move to a 4-3 out of a 3-4 just to throw extra people at the line and try to get to Tyson Bagent faster. Because coverages on the outside are going to be real tough to maintain with effectively an entire second string defensive backfield. I've only said this twice this year, and I'm 1-1 in these picks. I don't think Carolina can win tonight. As bad as Chicago is, I don't think Carolina can win tonight. And if you can't win in a game, you have one option. That is, figure out what we want to work on in an away game, hostile environment situation that we can walk out of this game and go, we got better at X. And I'll tell you the one thing that I want. I want to see max pass protection for Bryce Young. That's it. I want to see tight ends running no routes. I want to see running backs staying in the blocks. I am going to throw 3 receivers on any given pass play and just let Bryce Young throw the ball. Honestly, I said to Rashad earlier, I'm like, all right, if you want to win this game, you're going to do like Clemson did last weekend, and you're going to run it 42 times if you want to win the game. If you want to get better, I don't care if we lose 28-0. Give Bryce the opportunity in a max pass pro situation with 3 operating wide receivers at the most to sit in a pocket that is hopefully kept clean, to see the field and see if he gets better. And this is not what's going to happen, just so we're clear. Carolina's going to run the ball and try to win the game. But if I'm trying to get better, which to me is the only thing that matters at this point, if I'm trying to get better, let him sit back there, let him see the field in a max pass pro situation, and let's see if he regressed, right? Because if you do that, I will sit with you on this one. If you go 5 offensive linemen, a running back, and a tight end, and 3 receivers going down the field, and he has a clean pocket and he can't find passes, I will come around on Monday and go, we have major problems now.
Why not Friday?
Oh, that's right. We have a show tomorrow, don't we?
Yeah, we do. Unless there was something that I didn't know.
I may just need to get over it. I may need 2 or 3 days to process if that's what happens.
Okay. All right.
Because if that's what happens, then it will look as if Rob doesn't know ball. And we all know he does.
He has told us that many times, so it must be true.
James says, sounds exhausting for Carolina's defense. Well, here's the good news. Most of the guys playing are second stringers who have not played a lot this year. They're going to get a lot of practice reps today. So, Carolina v. Chicago tonight, right here on the Fan Upstate.
And now, the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
Stop all that pointing. That's all I'm saying. All right, it's time for What the X, where I tell Rob, or ask Rob what the X is going on, and he lets everybody know what it is. The first thing that's Xing, is Scrapple.
Scrapple. Not Snapple and not Scrabble.
No, it's Scrapple.
Scrapple. I don't know what Scrapple is.
Well, today is National Scrapple Day. I
still don't know what Scrapple is.
You should look up what Scrapple is.
Well, obviously I'm going to.
Yeah, because I was shocked that it was Scrapple Day.
It is the ethnic. Oh, we have talked about this on the air before. It is it's a mush food. They take a bunch of stuff and they mush it together.
They do.
According to Wikipedia, Scrapple, also known by the Pennsylvania Dutch name panhas, is traditionally a mush of pork scraps and trimmings combined with cornmeal and wheat flour, often buckwheat flour and spices. The mush is formed into a semi-solid set loaf, and slices of the scrapple are then pan-fried before serving. Scraps of meat left over from butchering, not used or sold elsewhere, were made into scrapple to avoid waste. It is primarily eaten in the southern mid-Atlantic region of the United States, including Delaware, Maryland, South Jersey, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and DC.
So in celebration of National Scrapple Day, Rob was going to go out to the local deli and grab him some Scrapple and enjoy a nice Scrapple sandwich.
I mean, listen, I eat boudin, which is just the Cajun version
Jersey
of
Joe
this.
says he loves Scrapple.
I bet he does.
Enjoy your day, Joe.
And for the record, I'll try it. I've never had it. But again, I'm from Southeast Louisiana originally. We eat stuff down there. We pick little red insects up out the mud and deep fry them as our social gathering. I'm in no position to judge what other people eat. This is effectively a hot dog loaf.
Pretty much.
It's a hot dog loaf.
All right. The next thing that's Xing yo is James Harden.
Texture, by the way, says it's popular with my family in Virginia. It's a mix between liver mush and bacon, texture-wise anyway. Most folks that like liver mush will like Scrapple, the few of us, ...
There you go. Joe says it's at Lowe's Foods, so you can go pick some up.
Dude, I'll give it a shot. Do I have to fry it myself, Joe?
Not
Does it
quite
come
sure I know
pre-fried?
where any Lowe's are around here.
There's one down there somewhere.
Yeah.
Courtney's told me about it.
Okay. All
It's
right.
down there somewhere. All right. What is
James Harden.
it? All right. So James Harden is now 0 for 3.
Did
as
you
a
see
Clipper.
why? Did you see why? Oh,
Yes,
he's-
because he threw a cross-court pass that coincidentally all but hit the Brooklyn Nets broadcaster right in the face.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. And he wasn't aiming for him either.
Allegedly.
Yeah, no. If you see the wild way he threw the ball, he was. I don't know what he was doing.
Yeah,
It's just-
his start with the Clippers is off to
So,
just
so,
a
so you,
terrible
you
start.
see, if you move your head the wrong way, the beard could fly up and get in your eyes, and
Yeah,
maybe
for sure.
that's what happened.
Mhm.
All right, and finally, the last thing that's Xing yo is Klay Thompson.
Clay and his Dubs last night had an opportunity to win the game against your uncle's favorite basketball player, Nikola Jokic, and his Denver Nuggets, and they didn't because they blew it. I don't know how else to say it. They just blew it. Had a chance. Clay and CP3 linked up to accomplish exactly nothing and lost the game.
By the way, one more time, make sure you listen to the Panthers tonight, right here on the Fan Upstate, starting at 7:30.
Yes, indeed, it is right here on the Fan Upstate, starting at 7:30. Burns Rebels High School football, second round of the playoffs tomorrow night as they host Hillcrest High School with the sexiest play-by-play guy in radio is also right here on the Fan Upstate. Y'all have a lovely rest of your Thursday. We'll see you back here tomorrow if you can get up from the hangover of the Carolina-Chicago game on the Rob Brown Radio program and the Fan Upstate. Oh, I forgot to do it. I forgot to do later. Yeah, my bad, everybody.
You could do it to the stream.
Yeah.
Ow. It kind of hurts without the headphones on, I'm just saying. Especially if you just happen to have your ear turned that way, which
True
I
that.
did. You got invited for Scrapple and eggs.
Scrapple in it. I'll try it. How bad could it be?
Oh, it could be bad.
It could be bad.
Yeah,
It
but
could also be very good.
I don't think Joe would push it if it's bad. He knows food, right?
He is the upstate hot dog eating champion.
Although, Joe, how much do you really taste when you're eating? So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe, you know.
All right, dudes and dudettes, that's it for us.
Make sure if you have the opportunity today to press on getting in trouble that you just go for it. You're welcome.
If you're going to the Alabama concert tonight, come find me. I'll be the guy who looks like me in a cowboy hat.
Give him a yeehaw.
Yeehaw! Y'all have a great day. And remember, if you're going to play in Texas, you got to have a fiddle in the band. Goodbye.